Good afternoon, everybody. This is a call to order for the Aspen City Council regular meeting for August 27th, 2024. Could we please have a roll call for attendance?
Councillor Doyle.
Here.
Councillor Guth.
Here.
Councillor Howenstein.
Here.
Councillor Rose.
Here.
Mayor Tory.
Here as well. This evening we do have scheduled public appearance. As I always say, the greatest honor of this office for me is swearing in new APD officers. So tonight we have Saul and Danielle with us. Come on up. I'll meet you at the front table there. Hi. Hello. Why don't you guys just come right over here, if you will. Face these, that's perfect. If you please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, state your name.
I, Danielle Madril,
I, Saul Gonzalez,
Do solemnly affirm that I will support
do solemnly
affirm that I will support
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
the Constitution of the State of Colorado,
and the ordinances of the City of Aspen,
and the ordinances of the City of Aspen,
that I will faithfully perform the duties
and that I faithfully will perform the duties
of a police officer of the City of Aspen, Colorado,
of a police officer of the City of Aspen, Colorado.
I'll look at you. And that I will be mindful
I will be mindful
of the mission, values, and philosophy
of the mission, values, and philosophies
of the Aspen Police Department
of the Aspen Police Department
in providing respectful,
in providing respectful,
thoughtful, professional services
thoughtful, professional services
to any person seeking assistance from me.
to any person seeking assistance from me.
Congratulations. Next on our agenda this evening is citizens' comments and petitions. This is an opportunity for citizens to address council on issues not scheduled for a public hearing this evening. We do ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes so that everybody has a fair and equal opportunity to speak. And we're on a timer these days, so I'll let you know when we get to that. Rachel, if you'd like to come up first.
Green light on? Okay. Thank you, Council, for your time this evening. My name's Rachel Richards. I'm a 44-year resident of Aspen. On your agenda this evening, you have a potential letter to CDOT. It is not for public comments. I'll make my comments now quickly. You know, I think an EIS should look at new ideas. We have a comment section in there that says some people are dissatisfied with the options that are presented today and we'd like to look at it again. Well, then we shouldn't be just looking at the straight shot, the split shot, the 3-lane bridge. Let's open up the EIS to new ideas and see if there really is new thinking, as the letter kind of alludes to. I also think it'd be valuable if the letter had a little more specificity. When you say people are not satisfied or they'd like new alternatives, go ahead and tell CDOT what the issue is. Some people do not want to use the Merle property. Some people do not want to lose the cemetery lane light. Some people have purchased homes since 1998, and they don't want to see the corridor go through where it was originally planned. And I know you hear a lot from people who are near the older corridor, but you really haven't heard much from the people where you'd like to move the corridor to permanently, because you haven't reached out to them or done any in-home meetings. But particularly I'm here to talk about the goals that were set before. And one of the goals of the 98 plan was a second egress and access route for emergency services. Now, they were really only thinking of first responders and sheriff and police back then, not the wildfire danger we face today. But wildfire is a real danger today. If you watched any of the Camp Fire or Paradise Fire, where it's black as night in the middle of the day and 85 people died trying to evacuate from their town. My husband lived immediately above the what's called the Marshall Fire, the Superior Louisville December 30th fire season in the middle of December. And over 991 structures were burnt. That was an urban fire. It was not up in the mountains or near the dead red pines we have now. 2 lives were lost. So I really would like you to try to do something sooner than later, which is why I urge an EIS start now and get the later lawsuits out of the way or whatever is necessary. But for me, living at the base of Smuggler Mountain, knowing it's a 15-hour evacuation from this town, let alone the county residents who live further up the pass, I think this is the gravest matter that your board can deal with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rachel. Other citizen comment this evening? Francis, come on up.
Hi there, I'm glad to be here today. Hi, Tori, John, Bill, Sam, Sarah. I don't know everybody, but I've been here about 38 years, and I'm going to leave the bag thing alone for a while, but I'm here concerning the Armory and proposing a cannabis consumption lounge. Hopefully, in accordance with the Senate Bill 17063. I changed Green Cuisine, which is my food and drug licensed LLC to from a nonprofit to a for-profit company, because I asked, I consulted with Lauren Mayton, the normal cannabis attorney in town, and she said that why would you want it to be a nonprofit when the tax money from any sales from the consumption lounge would go right to the city? And I'm like, oh, I thought the nonprofit would donate that to the city or any causes. Anyway, it looks like we can create a license for a cannabis consumption lounge for maybe the top floor that would be ventilated, and it could be either smoking or edibles that could be consumed, and there would be no food served or no outside cannabis. It would all be purchased at the store. So I see amazing potential for money that would go right to the city through taxes, and I love to pay my taxes. So I'm pursuing that, and I don't know what else to say other than that I think it would be a great place to have like an Aspen tea pad, which was, a tea pad was a business that operated during Prohibition when nobody was able to drink. They had these tea pads with jazz and music, all kinds of stuff. And we'd be allowed to serve under the ordinance light snacks. So, you know, and I'm not an attorney. I would love to be able to say this as clearly as possible. But I think that there's a great opportunity here for this to happen. And we could be one of the first in the state to have a cannabis consumption lounge. It would attract a lot of people to town, and hopefully there wouldn't be a lot of pushback. And it's all in accordance with Amendment 64 and the bill that's been proposed in Congress. We could turn the act with city government to have this materialize. So that's all I wanted to say. I'm breaking out into a sweat now. I've touched my face 10 times, and I got to go back to work. So,
Thank you.
thanks. We'll see you in the future, and I'm still working on it. All right, cheers. Hey, Austin.
Other citizen comments this evening? Neil, I saw you first.
Thank you.
Please introduce yourself for the record.
Will do.
Neil Siegel, Aspen. Council is in the correct path by coordinating with CDOT on replacement of the current bridge by presenting several alternatives. And expert legal analysis, which has been circulated, clearly points out that replacement of this failing bridge can be accomplished while leaving the record of decision intact. It also confirms that the NEPA process has many options depending on the design. It's set forth in part in your draft letter. There's nothing mandatory about starting from scratch for any alternative you want to proceed to follow. An expert technical analysis provided by Jacobs and surveys before clearly point out that a fully functional bridge in place is required for any alternative you want. Straight shot, split shot, buckshot, whatever name you want to give it, you got to have a bridge in place there. I think everybody in this room can agree that that bridge out there is not going to get fixed by itself. It's going to be inspected this fall, and the results can be telling. One thing missing from this discussion that I really want to emphasize is that lost in all this fog is the question of timing. In this room, the question has been asked, how long is it going to take to build a bridge? And the answer has been given, 2 years of planning, 3 years of construction. You know, I'm sorry, that's the wrong question. That's really the wrong question. The right question is going to be, how long do we have to wait? How long do we have to wait to even begin construction? As a replacement project is probably headed into the BTE fund. It's a pool, prioritized treatment. Here's the chart. 162 projects currently on that list, 33 in construction, 33 in planning. You got a long wait, even though it's prioritized. How about the new project, the entrance to Aspen? It's not even on the 10-year planning list, the Intermountain planning list. I checked it. This is the latest available information from CDOT. It's not even on that list. Yes, it's true. It's on the 20-year planning list. 2045. That's how long we have to wait. And that's not the worst part of the story. As CDOT reported over a year ago, it only has funding for about 20% of those projects. That's pre-construction. That's not starting. So while I agree, evacuation is really a problem, and we've got to do something about it. But you know, we're decades away. We're decades away if you go that route, and something's got to be done in the interim. You know, speculation and deceptiveness, and letters to the editor that are incomplete, are no substitute for the hard facts. Here it is. We're decades away if you go down that route. And I must tell you that interminable pontificating and guest commentary is no substitute for legal and technical expertise. You guys are going down the right path. You're asking CDOT the right questions. You're proceeding apace by considering plausible alternatives that prioritize replacing this bridge now and looking long-term on what can be done for a comprehensive solution. Stay on that path. Don't listen to all the chaff. Thank you.
Thanks, Neil.
Thanks, Neil.
In the back?
I watched that video that was
Please
published.
state your name for the record.
T.R. Schwerin. I lived in Aspen, then moved out of Aspen, then I moved back to Aspen, lived 10 years, voted 10 years here, living on Cemetery Lane. I no longer live in Aspen. But I just drove over the Maroon Creek Bridge, and I noticed it's not too wide. It's really nice, and nobody misses the old one. I was driving down Main Street, and a sheriff popped out from behind me from the S-turns, and people just got out of his way, because Main Street is not too wide. It's really old, but I don't think it's too wide. I don't think anybody thinks it's too wide. It's about 6 lanes wide or so, which is 4 lanes plus 2 bus lanes, could be. If we extended Main Street from 8th and Main to Cemetery Lane using a bending bridge. Just keep a bridge as wide as Main Street and bypass the S-turn so there's no more West End sneak. I'm not trying to change the entrance to Aspen, which I think we all know is where the voters start, which is the Burlingame light. And that's the real entrance to Aspen. What I'm talking about is the exit from Aspen. I think if we extended Cemetery Lane to Cemetery Lane with a bending bridge that didn't go through Maralt, because there'd just be school children lying in front of the bulldozers there, you know, getting school credit. They'll be in there for months. We can eliminate the West End sneak by smoothing out the chicane that is the S-turns, that you just really can't widen, you can't bank it, it's dark. I have a 2-wheel drive van. In the wintertime, I'm sideways towards the 8th Street bus stop. If we just went around that and then split the vote, which has always been kind of a split vote if you look at the last 40 years, it's been kind of down the middle. I'm proposing that. Like, stay out of the Maralt, bypass the West End sneak, which I have memorized, because if I wanted to go shopping or just anything into town and back from Cemetery Lane, it was a whole ordeal, assuming I couldn't bicycle. That's basically it. The S-turns are the real problem. I don't think the split shot has any shot. And nobody's voted on it for how long? Since George W. Bush was in his first term, I think was the last vote. I think the city has changed a lot. We can constrict traffic anywhere we want in the dirt, on pavement. You can put up Jersey barriers, but let's not shortchange Aspen. Let's not shortchange the valley. Let's not shortchange the voters on the other side of the traffic circle or the other side of the S-turns with a narrow urethra of a bridge. I mean, everything I've seen and never had a chance to vote on is just silly at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob?
Hi, everybody. Rob Ittner, City of Aspen resident, 25 years, multiple restaurants, do restaurant consulting now, work in various aspects. I want to talk a little bit about the Armory project, just because I want to give you a little insight direction from a industry leader type of person. And I think all the stuff that I've read kind of leads me to the fact that there are more questions than there are answers. And I know you have a resolution to actually move forward with a concept idea tonight and get more data based on that concept idea. But I would encourage you to kind of back up and look at some of the data that at least I've read. And as most of you also know, I was a county commissioner, so I know what it's like to be on that side of the table, but also not have all the information on this side of the table. So that's a big aspect of this too. I think the most important question that comes to my mind is operational model and what the city of Aspen is looking for an operational model. Are you looking for someone to lease the whole thing? You put out an RFP, there was no response to that sort of stuff. Are you looking to maybe create a management consultant aspect and keep the revenue within the city and how you operate it that way? But those are the big questions, and those drive design. Although I do think, and it was praised very highly in the report last week on how great the slides were, very impressive slides and some architectural work and that sort of stuff, but grossly inadequate in some aspects as a restaurateur. Service areas, how is service provided in those things? Common things like wares. Are we talking, from an environmental aspect, are you talking paper wares for everything, compostable wares for everything, garbage, all of that stuff? Where's the flow of traffic? I've opened 17 restaurants in my career with architects and going through the full design phase. I've always had architects come and say you could have 150 seats and you end up with 120 seats. And I see that in these designs too. The P&L that was done by one of the consultants, grossly inadequate in terms of the depth of information. There should be footnotes on each one of those levels. How are they working out the labor aspects? How are they working out the food cost aspects? How are they working out each one of those types of things? The competition, this was brought up a lot of times. By my count, there are 10 to 15 new restaurants coming into Aspen over the next 10 years. And I've got a list of that. I'm happy to share it with you, but that's the count that I have of what's going to be opening up, and some of those are 300-plus seat restaurants. So I really hope that you kind of step back and look at what are your goals, what's the operational model, really looking at the P&L and how that balances to things, and get some people that are more involved with the restaurant industry aspect, giving you guys some consulting and aspect to those things. So just wanted to give my input and hope that you heed that and kind of slow down on this project on where you want to go with things.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob. Other public comment? Yes, right there in the second row. Come on up.
Thank you, Council, for your time. My name is David Smith. You know, what I've kind of noticed as I've been sitting through these meetings is there's a big difference between facts and opinion. I noticed in today's paper in the guest commentary, for example, that it describes that there's a house underneath the existing bridge. And again, I encourage you to walk the area because you would see that the house is approximately 20 feet from the bridge, not underneath it. And what I've noticed recently is that scare tactics seem to be a big portion of what's being put forth in the decision process. Another fact is the area along the harbor lane that you're looking to build a portion of the preferred alternative is similar to the makeup of Smuggler Mine. This area is an old site of the Aspen Smelting Company, and there are no tree or shrub growth in this area. It's right along the Castle Creek. This has the potential to significantly impact the surrounding environment, including the Castle Creek downstream, which would clearly slow or derail the process of a new bridge. And certainly, obviously, we all believe that the environment, especially in Aspen, is held at the top of our priorities. Another fact, according to the Jacobs report, the preferred alternative will not save any travel time in and out of town, with the exception of approximately a 1-minute game for the buses. In fact, the traffic may increase in and out of town if there's a light placed at 7th Street. Fact, Aspen is a beautiful place, and creating a 4-lane highway through the middle of it takes away from the elegance and enjoyment for everyone that lives here. Fact, the current bridge is on life support and needs to be repaired or replaced without outside distraction. Fact, the preferred alternative causes condemnation of the nationally historic Burger Cabin and creates safety issues for the existing neighborhood as well as the surrounding areas, including employee housing. Please look at the facts and not the misinformation. Thanks again.
Thanks, David. Other members of the public for public comment tonight? Tony?
Good evening. For the record, my name is Toni Kronberg, and I've been making public comment for 50 years at Aspen City Council, and I currently live in Snowmass Canyon, right on Highway 82. But I have 3 things tonight. The very first thing is that I believe that, first, I want to thank the council very much because you have strategically been analyzing and moving forward with the entrance to Aspen, the Castle Creek Bridge. So I wanted to put that out there. All of you are doing an excellent job. Then the second thing is that I believe that Tory's mayorship ends this May, that he's term limited. And we've got some ballot questions coming up. And I apologize I haven't brought this forward sooner, but I would like to see if maybe we could amend the Home Rule Charter or wherever it is so that the mayor can be extended another 2 years. Because the feats that you have undertaken as a whole council, but with Tory like leading the strategic talkings to, that his presence should really be here for the next 2 years after that. So that's the first thing. The second thing is you're talking about bridges. There's two bridges that I like to talk about because you have it further on in the action items tonight, and public comment isn't being taken. And the two bridges is, one of them is from the Airport Business Center across Rio Grande and connects with the Rio Grande Trail. The second bridge is from Brush Creek across the Rio Grande and connects to the Rio Grande Trail. I support both of these two bridges. And they serve two different demographics. The one coming out of the Airport Business Center serves affordable housing and the new lumber yard. And the second bridge coming out of Brush Creek services Snowmass, Mid-Valley, and Down Valley. In addition, in the memo that was put out, that there's two factors I believe that Pitkin County is probably going to put forward in their memo based on the survey that was just done, is that the Rio Grande Trail is an important emergency evacuation for people walking when they abandon their cars and you can't get across the bridge because somebody stitched their car there. You can walk or ride your bike down the Rio Grande Trail. The second aspect is that will be closed to vehicular traffic going out of town, but it's an important emergency access for fire trucks coming in to Aspen or wherever they need to go. Both of those two bridges will be built so that they can handle fire trucks. I'm not sure who makes a final decision. I believe it might be the Elected Officials Transportation Committee that meets in, I think it's in October. But I just wanted to throw my support behind those two bridges. And then the third thing is, of course, how can I not speak about this excellent letter that the City Council has drafted to CDOT, asking certain questions. One of the things that on the last page, number 8, it asks if CDOT agrees that, is that the buzzer? Sorry, that Jacob's analysis, if it's accurate, I believe that that should probably be taken out because you're asking CDOT to do an evaluation on Jacob's report, and that's another whole animal, so to speak. And then just imparting, in the 50 years that I've been doing public comment, I believe we are making progress because Rachel Rich has made a comment tonight, and we actually agree. For the first time ever in 50 years, we agree on something, and that is that in the comment section that we could take a look at other alternatives. And you probably know where I'm headed with that one because it would definitely get cars off the road, and it's called a multimodal aerial gondola transportation system. But just keep up the good work. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Tony.
Thanks, Tony. Other members of the public for public comment this evening? Looking online as well. One more call for public comment this evening. All right. Thank you. I'll close the public comment section of our meeting this evening. I just want to remind everybody that public comment is more than welcome here, and we hope that we create a welcoming environment and everybody feels safe and comfortable coming to council and talking about anything you want to. Council members' comments tonight. Ward, since you are far flung, I'm going to go ahead and start with you if I can.
Yes, you can, from 31 feet. My comments are basically on democracy, the process of democracy. I think that we should be making decisions for 50 years, and we need to be consistent and transparent and to make long view decisions for the entire community. I don't think that we move forward if we get lost in analysis paralysis. We have to make decisions, move forward, trust the people to make the right choice. A couple of quotes for you. One of them from Winston Churchill. Many forms of government have been tried and will be tried in this world of sin and woe. No one pretends that democracy is perfect or all wise. Indeed, it has been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except all the other forms that have been tried from time to time. And then this one, I think Thomas Jefferson was thinking about the entrance to Aspen. Democracy is not more than mob rule, where 51% of the people may take away the rights of 49%. So as we go forward, I want to trust the people, give the people the power to vote on the entrance to Aspen and the airport layout plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Ward. Other council, yep, John?
Yeah, I'm not gonna waste a lot of time on public comment because I have so many board reports. But I do want to say we have experienced the hottest day on record in the recent past. Hottest day on record, hottest month on record, and hottest year on record. The planet is continuing to warm.
Thank you. Comments on this end? Yep. Bill?
Thanks. Two things, one quick, one maybe not so quick, but quick one is I want to make sure that our community knows about the Aspen 311 app. It's a really phenomenal resource that allows citizens to provide accountable and traceable requests for action from the city government. So whether that's a pothole, a street light that's out, an issue that you're having in your neighborhood, a noise issue or disturbance, otherwise, you'll be amazed at the speed at which the government responds. So I recommend everyone downloads it and tries it. I was very impressed when I used it for a pothole on my block. Secondly, as I mentioned in the last meeting, I think that we've lost sight of the most imminent emergent issue at the moment, which is dealing with our failing bridge. And without making this about an either or, I want to make this about and make this about doing something about the emergent situation that we have in front of us today. What I'm about to request will not preclude us from continuing to work thoughtfully and diligently on what may be the better long-term solution for Aspen, but I think it does put us on the course for the nearer term and making sure that we have a functional bridge and a community that functions and doesn't suffer from weight restrictions, bridge closures, emergencies, etc. So that being said, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to prepare a resolution stating that we will work expeditiously to advance design work, conduct public outreach, develop funding solutions, and seek the most expedited approvals available for repair or replacement of the existing Castle Creek Bridge under both 2-lane and 3-lane scenarios. Nothing in this resolution shall state that work cannot or should not continue on other entrance to Aspen solutions. That is my motion.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? I'll share with you that I'm not going to support it at this time, but I hope it plays a part in our discussions that we have at the end of our meeting today. John?
Yeah, I will also say I can't support that at this time. I think that could be included in an SEIS if that's the direction we're going to head tonight.
Ward, discussion?
Yeah, I appreciate some of the comments that Bill made on this. I can't support it because it focuses too much just on one alternative. I think that we need to be looking at everything, every alternative. And CDOT owns that bridge, so let's see what happens when September inspection comes. I think CDOT has informed us many times that they are not going to let the bridge fail, but in short, thank you, Bill, for bringing this forward, and thank you for reaching out ahead of time so the rest of the council was aware that this was coming forward, but I won't support this.
Thanks. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I just want to say I really appreciate you bringing this forward just because I feel like it is right to the point and it is our most crucial problem at this time, and it talks about doing things as expeditiously as possible. So I think this could be done concurrently with the other work that we're doing, so I appreciate you making this motion.
Yeah, that's my hope too, and it's disappointing that we're not getting support here. This is not meant to replace other alternatives. This is meant to make sure that we have a functional bridge, at least one functional bridge. I urge you to reconsider this. I think that we need to focus on the most critical emergent task on hand, which is making sure that we have one functional bridge. Everything else can come later. This does not, I'm specifically requesting that the resolution states that work can and should continue on other tasks, but this sets the wheels in motion for continued progress on design, funding, public outreach, and approvals. And the fact that I'm not getting universal support on this is quite surprising and frustrating to me.
We have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call vote for the motion that's on the table?
Counselor Doyle,
No.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
No.
Counselor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
No. Other comments this evening? None for you, Sam? No. Okay. Comments for me this evening. I want to do just a couple of city announcements for you. The Aspen Police Department is hiring. So if you or someone you know is looking for a career and is interested in customer service work and community policing, we invite you to apply with the APD. The APD is progressive and diverse law enforcement organization, prides itself on being employers that understand our mountain town way of life. They practice what we call mountain policing. It offers an approachability aspect to the public in a laid-back and caring environment. I think all of us know what we're talking about. The APD offers free education and training. Benefits and vacation are competitive. So please go to aspen.gov and the jobs page if you have any interest in applying for the APD. I want to talk just a second about e-bike safety. The Engineering, Parks, and Police Department have been noticing some bad behavior on the streets and trails. Streets, trails, sidewalks, parks, and anywhere else, I'll add. That's why all three departments are joining forces to get the word out about trail etiquette, city rules, and potential fines. The APD has initiated an e-bike enforcement operation focusing on high violation areas, particularly in the downtown core. Officers are being deployed to these hotspots to monitor and adjust violations through education, warnings, and in some instances, tickets. Concurrently, the city's Parks and Open Space Rangers will focus on public education and enforcement on area trails, engaging with individuals violating the law and issuing citations. The city's municipal code requires trail users to travel at safe speeds and abide by posted speed limits. The speed limit in high-use trail corridors is 10 or 15 miles an hour, depending on signage. It is unlawful to ride bicycles, skateboards, and motorized vehicles on sidewalks, malls, and certain streets in the commercial core. Violators can face fines starting at $100 with subsequent offenses resulting in $200 and $400 fines. Failing to yield at an intersection on a bicycle is a violation of the Model Traffic Code and carries a $15 fine. Cyclists must slow down and, if necessary for safety, stop before entering an intersection. To enhance safety, cyclists are asked to slow down in high-traffic areas such as Merle Bridge, Cemetery Lane Crossing, Bugsy Barnard Park. Using a bell when passing others is also recommended, and the Parks Department offers free bells throughout the summer. So you can get a bell for your bike at no cost. E-bikes are prohibited on single-track trails in Aspen and nearly all surrounding lands. This is just a brief overview of some of the regulations that keep everybody safe, comfortable, and happy on our streets, trails, parks, and the like. I'm sure all of you have seen e-bikes have changed. A lot of them are just throttle activated, can go up to 40 miles an hour. For me, the biggest concern that I have is I see multiple riders, most often kids, no helmets, and 3 to a bike. We got to be a little smarter than that, folks. So if you or anybody you know is kind of pushing the limits out there, please remind them that safety is first and consideration of others is paramount as well. Other comments this evening, there is so much going on in Aspen, right? It's Labor Day weekend. It's kind of the tail end of the summer, if you will. So whether it's Dance Aspen that just had a wonderful performance out of the District Theater, I want to congratulate them, or if it's the music school and festival that's just wrapping up, and what a fantastic 75th anniversary season it was for them. So many great activities in Aspen. So just my congratulations to everybody throughout this summer that's really put their best foot forward. I don't know if you felt it, but I felt a little bit more of a positive energy in Aspen this summer than we've maybe enjoyed over the last couple of years, and it was really refreshing to have that kind of Aspen attitude back. But tonight I want to make just one other notice, and that is that our community lost somebody that was very dear to us. Her name was Petra Krimmel. Petra was the a mother of two and a loving wife, but she was also our tennis director for the city of Aspen at our public courts for the last several years. And she has succumbed to her illnesses over the last couple weeks. And I just wanted to give a moment of our appreciation, condolences, and sentiments to her family. Petra will be greatly missed in the tennis community, but also in the Aspen community. Thank you for that. With that, I'll bring us to city manager's comments this evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. A few things. First, I want you to know that enforcement's really happening on the trails because I got pulled over by one of our rangers. So all beware, it's real. Fortunately, it was a good, healthy chat of what I could do differently next time. So I encourage everyone to heed those warnings, particularly with back to school happening. I've seen some uptick in this as well. We're looking forward to getting the Marine Creek Trail extension done. It's going to be November before it's completely done. But if you haven't driven up there lately, definitely check it out. It is, you understand now why it's been such an expensive project for the city to undertake on behalf of the safety of people traveling that roadway. I did want to let you know as well that the city administration continues to receive requests from other local government jurisdictions for presentations on the Jacobs work on the Castle Creek Bridge, as well as for explanation of what the record of decision currently states. So we had 2 of those presentations last week with Snowmass Village and with the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners. We have another one coming up with RAFTA here soon. And then I was contacted, had a conversation today with another jurisdiction that's contemplating making that ask here in the Valley. So we'll continue to provide that and responsive in a cooperative way of what that information is and where the council is at that time in their review process. That's all I have for you today.
Thank you. Brings us to board reports.
I've got a few. Had another RWAPA meeting down in Carbondale where we toured the new Crystal River Restoration Project, which is essentially a mile-long park by the side of the Crystal River that's accessed by River Valley Ranch. We also went over the budget and the contract approval for our executive director. And I also learned that Rudai Reservoir produces 5 megawatts of power. Our Maroon Creek plant provides 450 kilowatts of power, and the Pitkin County Solar Farm, which everybody's seen, also produces 5 megawatts, so the same as Rudai. Colorado also has 29 trans-basin diversions. If anybody has been up to Grizzly Reservoir, that's a trans-basin diversion. Think about that. There are 29 of them scattered throughout Colorado. We had a really successful CoA Buttermilk Bash on August 14th, attended by over 200 people. Really great celebration. We had a CoA meeting the next day where we got Coal Basin update. The permit application is expected to be submitted this month in just a couple days, and then there's a review period followed by a NEPA study. Let's see, CoA. Yeah, we talked about the Pitkin County funding and other stuff like that we're going to have to get into more detail about. Nordic Council met briefly. They are having a 40th anniversary celebration coming up. Snowmaking RFP has been issued to the SE group, and they did a site visit. So, yeah, there is a potential for snowmaking in the next few years. Looked over possible trail changes and expansions, realignments, the possibility of instituting some Nordic skiing up by difficult campground. In talks with the Forest Service about that. Spring Gulch Sopris Nordic system has a new maintenance shed under construction. It's 1.5 times bigger, it's insulated, and it's solar paneled. Spring Gulch is located on the county line, mostly in Pitkin County, but some in Garfield County. The Aspen meeting I attended last week, unfortunately, Ward didn't have a good connection, but it was a short meeting. We had our second reading for amended regulations, review the operations budget, and the 2025 work plan. And then most recently, last week, I went down to Durango for a Colorado Association of Ski Towns meeting. It was really educational. Let's see, what can I talk about? In Durango, they have a large proportion of multi-generational family visitors that are largely Latino. Their largest market is Albuquerque. I find that interesting. They made some changes to their regulations, and they're allowing hotel conversions to affordable housing. Recently completed a 72-unit hotel converted to 120 units of affordable housing. The cost was $35.5 million, or $300,000 a unit, which is a lot less than what we can do it for here. In Durango, they have found that they have a decline in families with children and an increase in senior adults relocating. Kind of sounds familiar. 28% of their workforce lies outside of the county. So they were looking at transit solutions too, and they started Durango Microtransit, which made me happy because basically it's the same thing as our downtowner, which has been also hugely successful. And then lastly, they also talked about their co-responder team. They call it CORE, and that also made me happy that we're slightly ahead of them on that too, with our PACT team, where mental health professionals go with policemen on certain calls that they think would be better handled with a mental health professional present. Also, Summit County has passed a plastics ban. Single-use water bottles under a gallon are banned. And then I also got to meet with Senator Bennett's aide, John Whitney, to talk about an update on Senate bill, the Farm Bill, which is currently not moving very fast, but if we can make some changes to that, it would help us with our partnership developing some affordable housing on the Forest Service parcel at the entrance to Aspen. I also got to talk to Senator Bennett's other aide, Matt Kierker, about this same issue, and they both said they would be working on the two requests that I made to them for that housing possibility. CAST also has on their agenda talking about an empty homes tax or a vacancy tax. This is something that's going to be discussed very seriously at the ski town level. And then lastly, I got to spend a significant amount of time with former Mayor Jonathan Godis of Glenwood, and we talked a great deal about the processes that they went through in Glenwood to to build the new Grand Avenue Bridge, and as well as the funding and different scenarios they had to go through to get their funding for the South Bridge, which it hasn't been built yet, but it's going to be soon. That's all I have.
Thank you. One board report for me this morning was ACRA. We met today over at the Limelight. The presentations were for the airport. We had both Amory Lovins from Aspen Fly Right present, as well as Ann Mullins and George Newman, who are part of the citizens group in favor of the airport expansion. It was a great conversation, a lot of information. We did not really go around the board members' table and ask for input or their take on that. I think that ACRA will, at the next meeting in September, be deciding on a position perhaps, but not necessarily. They may just decide to continue to facilitate discussion and not take a position. We will see how that goes in September. Next board meeting for me is this Thursday, RAFTA. With that, we'll get to our consent calendar this evening. The consent calendar consists of resolution number 88, phone system replacement, resolution number 93, Armory Hall remodel and reuse, ACRA location and size, resolution number 99, which is the MOU to transfer opioid settlement funds to Pitkin County. Resolution number 100, the IGA with the Aspen School District for use of local tobacco tax revenues. Resolution number 101, Summer Road Infrastructure Improvements Professional Services Contract. Resolution 102, purchase of electric switch gears for the Puppy Smith to Red Brick Circuit replacement. Resolution number 104, federal grant request for City of Aspen Electric Microgrid Planning Grant. Resolution number 105, Hallam Garmisch Storm Pipe and Water Main Replacement, request for additional spending authority. Resolution number 106 and 107, this is the Mill Street Bridge Maintenance. Resolution number 108, a change order for Stutzman Gerbaz contract for construction services for Cozy Point Ranch Phase 2 grading and drainage improvements. Resolution number 109, amendment to the City of Aspen and ACRA Tourism Promotion Fund Agreement dated January 1st. Also included here are the draft minutes of August 13th. I will be requesting that we pull resolution number 93 for discussion. I'd also like resolution number 105 for discussion on the Hallam and Garmisch project. And resolution number 108, change order Stutzman Gerbaz. Are there any others that people would like for further discussion?
101.
101
104 for me, please.
and 104. Any others?
We get yours, John?
I was going to request 104 as well.
All right, let's start off with resolution number 93. This is the Armory Hall remodel and reuse ACRA location and size.
Well, Jen's getting settled in. Members of council, you continued this to this date so that you could have a work session last week. And so we've presented it here again and find the information to still be accurate based upon the direction we've received.
So, council members, I pulled this because I think that this needs more conversation. We have not seen any what I call pro formas or business plans. I don't know a lot of detail around what is being proposed here. I believe that the consultants that we've had working on this, their specialty and what they bring to the table is some working knowledge with food halls. And this, for me, going back in the conversations that I've had about this for many, many years, it only morphed into a food hall recently when we were talking about kind of the feasibility and I guess a easy way to say it is a way to pay the bills. And it came back to us that food and beverage operation were your most revenue generating possibilities, most specifically liquor and bar sales. That's fine, but this, going back to even the advisory vote that the community weighed in on, bless you, referred to this as a community space and community uses. It was never really intended to be only or primarily a food hall. I've had other professionals in this industry talk to me over the last week and express their great concerns over putting in 5 kitchens and 2 bars, both from what that means to local restaurants that we have here, but also just the financial model and the feasibility. And we haven't seen any of those numbers. So in this memo that we have, it says that included in the resolution are the following directives that will be used to guide the remodel and reuse plan. Number 1, concept 2, 5 kitchens and a mix of uses is the preferred option. Yes, consultants will look at final size and location of programming, but I don't know what that's going to come back as. I don't know if we're going to get any more financial information around this. So I don't think that we are at a place to move that portion of this forward. There's also, one of the ideas that was expressed to us by those consultants was about the Hopkins Avenue improvements, if you will, and making a little bit more curb appeal and seating area and service area potentially. And, in my conversations over the last week, it was pointed out to me that, that comes with a price tag, that I don't know what that price tag is. But it was alluded to me that it could be millions of dollars. So I think that it's a little premature to include this direction in this resolution. And if we wanted to adopt this evening, solidifying the visitor center of no greater than 1,000 square feet, I think that's something that we could move forward with. But as far as the rest of it, I don't think that council has the information that would give us the insight we need in order to make a direction decision here. I really want to stress to you that unsolicited, I've had people that are professionals in this industry, including ones that their line of work is doing food halls, both in Colorado and around the country, have come to me unsolicited and said, you need to know more about these numbers. There is a great concern here. We were told by our consultants that they were targeting market rates for rent leases here. Well, if that's the case, then I don't really see that we're gonna get maybe affordable or necessarily locally serving options in there, and we haven't had those conversations. I am very close on this concept that is forward, but my main concerns still exist with the use of the top floor for 2 restaurant spaces that in the last iteration we saw didn't really have the ability to convert to an open hall that could handle events or performance or gatherings. I think that it could be done, but that's not what was brought to us. My biggest concern, though, is about the economics here. I don't see right now that opening a building with 5 restaurants that have the potential to be high-end bar restaurants, which I also think is kind of against the guiding vote that the community weighed in on about community uses. It would be such a shame to see this building go to primarily adult usage, including bars. But I just don't think that 5 restaurants opening there is, one, equitable to existing restaurants that we have in our community, or necessarily has the financial planning to make it work. Yesterday was Monday, August 26th, before Labor Day weekend. I went out to dinner last night, and the first 2 places that I went to were closed at 8:15 because of a lack of patrons. I don't see how a food hall with 5 restaurants at the Armory is going to help that situation. Rob Ittner was nice enough to come here tonight on his own time and share his concerns. I would just say that this is not ready to move forward with these bullet points as directives. We need more information.
So it'd be good to hear from other counselors. I don't think there was anything in there for staff to respond to.
Thanks, Bill.
I appreciate your concerns, Tori, but I disagree. I do think that staff and the consultant team has done a good job of putting together a pro forma that's reasonable at this point in time. I'm personally quite excited about the progress on this building and the future of what this building could do for Aspen and our community building. Last week I was in Steamboat and popped my head into a small food hall that they have there called the Commons, and it just got me extremely excited about what this could be for Aspen. Not dissimilar in scale and in programming from what we're talking about, at least for the food hall component of it. I think they had 5 or 6 total food vendors. There was one bar, multiple levels of seating. Their building is quite unique. They have some exterior facing food establishments, not all just one interior thing. But again, super excited about it. I think we have a great team put together. I'm confident that we will attract some best-in-class operators. I also share your opinion that it should not all be high-end and exclusive. It should not be adults only. This should serve all ages, and it will if done right. And I think Jen and Sarah are leading a team where it will be done right. So I'm more than satisfied with this. I understand the concerns, but I do not want to arrest progress. Thanks.
John?
Yeah, I have concerns about this as well. On the one hand, we have the community desire for something like a food hall or a student union, whatever we want to call it. On the other hand, and please don't take this the wrong way, but our experience, the city's experience in running restaurants or having the lease for people to run restaurants gives me pause. Just the taster space and the Wheeler Opera House space, we've had issues with just about every operator we've had. And now we're talking about having more restaurant operators. So I'm struggling with this. Again, I think the community does desire some kind of food hall. That's what we've seen in the polling. But I'm wondering if I'd like more information.
Ward?
Yeah, thank you. I think that we should proceed with this. I think there's enough flexibility going forward to address community serving, the number of bars. We talked about 1 or 2 bars. We don't want this to become high-end. And if it's free market rates for rent, then it's probably going to be high-end food services. And I think we have adequate opportunities going forward to guard against that. And I appreciate John's comments and concerns about city running restaurants. It's my belief that this is going to be a master lease situation where the city will not be running the restaurants, and hopefully the city won't even be deciding who goes into them. I think that there's been an overwhelming community support for food hall or food as an option. I think there are additional rooms that can be used for community uses. And I want to proceed with this. We have a lot of phases to go before we make final programming decisions. And as far as a pro forma, I think that's the people that really need the pro forma, the people that are going to be leasing space there. And they have to figure out a way to make it work. And I think we had a discussion that we're not closed to the city helping to subsidize some operations there. But I agree with John. I just don't want to get into the city running restaurants there. But I do feel that this should move forward.
Yeah. Tori, do you mind if I make a motion?
Yeah.
I can get voted on. I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution number 93.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion. I guess I would just say, I would expect council members to have a little bit more due diligence on what's coming forward. I appreciate, Ward, you saying that you think that there's going to be time for us to make any changes. But the way this goes, we do things by resolution, they don't change. And that's not what's going to happen. So my only hope going forward will be that in order to complete this project, it will have to go to a public vote for bonding or some fiscal authority in order to complete it. And then we'll have the opportunity to check in with the community if they think it's a good idea or not. Any other discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for resolution number 93, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Rose.
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
No. That brings us to resolution number 101, Summer Road Infrastructure Improvements Professional Services Contract.
I asked for this to be pulled, and my concerns or questions are, number one, does this road belong to the city? And number two, are the retaining walls, do they belong to Aspen Alps and other private parties? And are public funds going to be used to reinforce private retaining walls? And those are my primary concerns.
Haley Rodell, the project manager for this project, is here to answer those questions.
Yeah, so to answer your first question, it is a city right-of-way road. Access from Ute Avenue up to Ajax. It's all within city right-of-way. It's a right-of-way easement. For all intents and purposes, functions the same as city right-of-way. The two retaining walls are individually owned by private entities, Aspen Alps and Ajax Condos. Those retaining walls, we've had great communications with those stakeholders. They understand the project and understand the concepts that would be on them to move forward with their own individual retaining walls.
So the city will not be paying for improvements to the retaining walls,
Correct.
or will be?
Will not be funding the retaining wall repairs
Thank
or
you.
replacements.
Thank you. That's my concern. Thank you.
Any other questions on resolution number 101? All right. Thank you. Resolution number 104, this is the Fed grant request for City of Aspen Electric Microgrid Planning Grant.
John, you want to go first? You want me to?
I actually don't have any questions. I'm just going to make a comment, so.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate the notion of this a lot. The intent to bring more resiliency to our grid, I appreciate a lot. I appreciate that it's not for a lot of money and you've solicited some grant funding, which I appreciate. But one thing I don't understand is what the potential power sources are to power a microgrid. And I understand that part of the study work is to figure out what that is. But I want to make sure that if we're going down this road, we're talking about something realistic here. You know, obviously we're not talking about building a power plant or a nuclear power plant in the center of Aspen, but you know, what are some things that might be the generation source?
Yeah, Bill, great question. So, couple options. This could be, you know, solar on top of your roof connected to batteries that then we can dump into the grid, or you know, some other a geothermal system connected to batteries that then we can use in an island mode. We could determine, you know, critical facilities to then power during these extended outage periods. So to your point, we don't know all of those resources, but those are some of the examples. I think you can make this as small and, you know, building specific, or we could look towards, you know, larger, more sections of town that could benefit during an extended outage.
Okay, great. So we're not talking about like cogeneration, gas-powered type of stuff. This is more than likely solar or geo.
Yes, something within that renewable realm.
And there's, I guess you wouldn't have brought this forward if you didn't think there was some reality behind this, that it could have a meaningful effect on our grid.
Yeah, I'm sure you all have read a lot of articles on this space, and there's, you know, such an example, you know, at the ABC for Pitkin County. So we're very interested in this technology and what we can and can't do. That's why we're in this planning phase. So very much, if anything, figure out what might be a benefit to the community that we're not aware of at this point.
Great, thanks, that's it for me.
John?
Yeah, I just want to say how excited I am about this. I met with Pitkin County Commissioner Greg Poshman and Brian Hannigan from Holy Cross Electric several months ago, and we talked about microgrids and how important they are already and how much more important they're going to be in the future, and the fact that we've got a good location on Pitkin County land out by across the highway from the airport. So I fully support this. This is really great news.
Thank you.
And being that mobility and resilience are two of this council's top goals, this slides right in under resilience. Thanks.
Ward?
Yeah, thank you. I kind of visualize this as the internet for electrical service. My question is, are the same transmission lines used for Holy Cross Electric and the city of Aspen's power purchase agreements with Mean, or I think it's Mean, Nebraska Power? So we get 100% renewable, but we don't produce it here, we buy it. So the number one question is, Holy Cross Electric and City of Aspen use the same transmission lines?
Yes, that's correct, Ward. The electric grid throughout the United States is interconnected, but we are, we're 100% renewable. As we are needing that load, we have those renewable resources that are backing that up and showing that accounting of what renewable is supplying the city.
Yeah, thank you. I support this. I think microgrids are going to be more and more important in the future, and I thank you for bringing this forward.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Resolution number 105, Hallam Garmisch Storm Pipe Water Main Replacement. Request for additional spending authority. I just wanted to have a little bit of public discussion. If you recall, in a recent meeting, we had members of the public that were in that area come to us and have some questions around the project itself. So I was just wondering if you could give us a little update and share with the public why and what is the request for additional spending authority.
All right, so as far as impacts to the neighborhood, we are still on schedule to complete middle of October. The request for additional spending authority really drills down to the poor soils that we are encountering in that corridor. The work we're performing, particularly for the storm pipe, is a big utility. It's a deep utility with decent excavation. The soils we're seeing are not holding up as well as we've seen elsewhere in town. So the additional funding is for a shoring system, which helps protect adjacent utilities in that corridor, as well as ensuring that the personnel and workers out on site are well protected from any soil cave-ins. The additional funding also is for asphalt. Originally, we were trying to limit the asphalt replacement due to the conditions on site. We have found that it would be most beneficial and provide the best product for the community to replace the asphalt from the curb line to curb line. So that will result in a fully new built roadway.
Is the additional spending authority, I think I saw there was a contingency as well. We've utilized the contingency. So what percentage over budget would this be?
It would be about 10% over.
Just about 10%. And then as somebody just walking by the holes that are opened up, it looks like is what you're encountering kind of like sand, where normally it's more hard pack or rock kind of thing? That's what it looks like?
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
All right, great. Thank you. It's great to know that it is actually still on schedule, so hopefully the neighbors will find some solace in that.
And she's expecting in 10 days, so hopefully the baby's on schedule too.
Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Resolution number 108, I just wanted an update on this. This drainage work has been going on at Cozy Point Ranch for a while. And I just wanted to, again, for public information, what are we experiencing out there? And what's the nature of the change order?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Matt Kuhn. I'm going to introduce Mike Tinte. He's our project manager. And yeah, we're anxious to get this project done.
The question is about timing, and we have been under contract with Sussman Gerbaz since last year. Work began this spring, and the project is on schedule. They are timed to complete the work this year, and they're still on track to do so.
And there was a previous change order to this. Once again, same kind of budget impacts. Is there a percentage that this is over budget or on budget? Can you just share that?
We are within our planned contingency. We're at about 5.9% of project cost, so below 10%.
Thank you. You know, just going by, it's nothing but dirt right now, but it's still exciting just to know that the conditions out there are going to be improved dramatically. You know, we still have next phase work out there. We want to look at the paddocks. We want to look at the riding arena and the like. But this is necessary work to get to that. And it's nice to hear that it's at least within budget and it will be completed this
phase of the project, yeah, we'll be out of there. And then on the horizon next year, our staff wrote a pretty significant grant with Colorado Parks and Wildlife to improve the archery range next year. So that'll be the next phase.
And I know the pile of dirt is unattractive out there, given the nature of this type of work, large earth moving, grading exercise. All of the soil that you see out there was what was cut in previous phases, and that's used as fill in this subsequent phase. And so there is some balancing going on, and there is some work that's also slated to happen sort of near the archery range where the remainder of that soil will be used. So it is unsightly. We understand that. It's just inherent in those large earth-moving projects.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That was the last item for more information. If anybody would like to make a motion for the rest of the consent calendar.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 93, which has already been voted on.
Seconded.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for the remainder of the consent calendar, please?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes, thank you. We're going to keep going. We'll probably take a little bio break in a little bit, but right now we're going to get to notice of call-up. Tonight we have HPC approval for 335 Lake Avenue. This is a relocation.
I know how to clear a room. Mr. Mayor, just for the record, Mr. Doyle or a family member has an interest in property that's within 300 feet of this project, and he and I have discussed his recusal.
Real estate, man. What can you do?
See you, John.
All right, Stuart Hayden, Historic Preservation Planner for the city, for the record. Such that that City Council might avail itself of call-up procedures, I'm here to notify you of the Historic Preservation Commission's adoption of HPC Resolution Number 07, Series of 2024, approving with conditions the minor development and relocation of a building on a designated historic property at 335 Lake Avenue. In this instance, relocation refers to the proposed underpinning of and excavation beneath an existing basement to create a crawl space for mechanical equipment. I've prepared a presentation if council feels the need to see it. Otherwise, I'm happy to answer any other questions that you may have that may help to inform your decision regarding call up on this matter. And staff recommendation is upholding HPC's resolution.
Any questions around this? I guess I only just maybe have one, is that, you know, we see a lot of excavation around here, and some of it rises to the level of concern for neighboring properties and such. What are the assurances, or what does our land use code provide for the neighbors of a project like this where they are messing with soils at property line?
It's a good question, and there were some concerns by neighboring property owners raised during the HPC hearing. And in this instance, at least, because it's more of a traditional underpinning with kind of limited impact, so I don't think they're planning on any micropiling, that sort of thing. They're not planning on lifting the building. It's primarily internal work. It's going to have limited effect on the neighboring properties. But relocation also requires a relocation plan to be submitted, and that was one of the conditions that was added to the approval, is for a relocation plan. So all of that information will be provided in there for staff and the monitoring committee review. And so there's kind of extra measures to ensure that it doesn't have impact on neighboring properties, especially, I'll say, when they are also designated historic properties.
I do not hear a motion for call-up.
Nope.
Do you need a motion for non-call-up? Thank you.
Yeah,
thanks.
Thanks, Stuart. Can somebody go to Michola and get John Doyle?
I'll get him.
You didn't get that far?
That brings us to first reading of ordinances this evening. This is ordinance number 15, discriminatory practices prohibited by the Aspen Municipal Code, otherwise known as non-discrimination ordinance.
Good evening, Council. For the record, Alyssa Farrell, Administrative Services Director.
Kate Johnson, Assistant City Attorney.
We're here tonight just following back up on our work session. You just saw us on Monday, August 19th, to discuss the proposed modernization of ordinance number 15, formerly titled Discriminatory Practices Prohibited by the Municipal Code, also commonly referred to as the city's non-discrimination ordinance, or NDO. No changes have been made since the work session. The memo in your council packet does provide answers to your questions from the work session. For tonight, we do not have a formal presentation. However, we will have one for second reading. We have a concise summation of the work completed to date in the development of the proposed ordinance. As a reminder, it's a quiz. Back in 1977, I was 2, the City of Aspen initiated the state's first anti-discrimination law, Ordinance Number 60, Attachment A, which prohibits discrimination based on race, color, creed, religion, and other factors related to employment, housing, public services, and accommodation services. Since the passage of Ordinance 60, federal and Colorado laws have evolved to include similar protections against discrimination as in the city's proposed ordinance. In general, the changes are proposed within the following areas: strengthening and contemporizing language for inclusivity, enhancing mechanisms for addressing discrimination, and fine-tuning, modernizing language throughout the draft ordinance. In summary, this ordinance was designed to prevent discrimination based on protected classes and specifically defined areas within the scope of employment, housing, public services, and accommodation practices at the local level for a local response with the goal of modernization of the 1977 ordinance. Lastly, we're here to happily clarify any questions you have in more detail tonight or at second reading. Do you have anything to add?
I don't have anything to add.
Any questions for us?
Bill?
Mostly, thank you for your clarifications on things that it's helpful to understand where we're going above and beyond sort of existing state and federal legislation. I again want to reiterate, I'm super supportive of this. I wish we could just say discrimination is not allowed. I wish it was as simple as that. It's not. But I would like some language that says that, very clearly says that the person accused of discrimination reasonably can know the characteristics that they're being accused of discriminating against. So, that's not the best legalese, but something along those lines. Is my intent understandable there?
I think your intent is understandable. I think where you're kind of going with this is maybe an affirmative defense. For instance, for those where I think you're going to see this most is disparate impact cases. So when you're looking at actually the impact to a person, whether or not that the violator knew that that person was subject to a specific class, is what I'm hearing. We would have to show that they knew. You're adding an element of intent here, or an element of knowing that that person was in fact or fell within one of those disparate classes. Is that kind of what you're getting at, Councilmember Guth?
Yeah, I mentioned this during the work session, but some of the characteristics or protected classes, whatever the appropriate term, that are now added to this ordinance, which I'm okay with, all of those things, but they're very difficult to observe, right? It's not like a very blatant physical disability or the color of someone's skin or things like that that are pretty easy to observe. Some of these things are very difficult to observe or discern. So I just wanted to be clear that the accused, the discriminator must reasonably know that those,
Yeah, so I will say, maybe this
victim has those characteristics,
So I will say that the element of proof as written requires a nexus between the intent or the disparate impact or the disparate treatment and the actual act or refusal that they're being accused of. So we would have to show intent. And I think this is going to be a question that we carry the burden of proof to show that they had the intent or they knowingly treated somebody based on their class. And I think what you've raised is potentially a defense. Now, whether you want to word it in such a way as an affirmative defense, I'd have to sort of consider what options are out there that wouldn't undermine sort of the overreaching purpose of this. So we can consider that the options.
Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, and I get that you got the burden of proof there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sort of looking at it from before it ever gets to the point of like a court case or a trial, where it's just like there's language in there that says if you're going to make a claim that someone discriminated against you, or someone's going to make a claim that they were discriminated against, then the person accused of discriminating should reasonably know that this is what they've done.
So a lot of times where that's going to really come out is during our discussions with the violator. I think they would say, I didn't even know, right? I didn't even know. And I think that's analysis we're going to have to undertake at the time. Should they reasonably have known? And I think we would carry the burden of proof to say, they can get up and tell the court, I didn't know. And I think our job would be to prove that they either knew or should have reasonably known.
That's exactly right. I'm just asking for that language to be in there, something alluding to that notion, just to prevent frivolous claims. That's it. Again, totally appreciate what you're trying to do here and supportive of it. I just want to, there's a distinction about what we're doing here and what was done in the 60s, 70s, whenever it was done, and most of what's done at the federal and state level. There's a difference here in these classes, so.
And to further clarify, because I'm trying to understand, essential elements of proof of discrimination against one or defined protected classes through discriminatory intent, impact, and I want to define that disparate impact as unintentional or indirect, or disparate treatment, which is intentional or direct, and the nexus between each other. So that is language that is in the element of proof.
Totally understand that and appreciate it.
Okay.
But again, I'm trying to prevent things coming to you that shouldn't.
Yeah, and I don't know that there's a foolproof way to do that. Again,
It's not foolproof.
I think the ability, the whole sort of purpose of the justice system is to flush out these facts. I think we could put in a reasonable standard in there that we would have to show that the person knew or reasonably could know that the class existed. I fear that would actually there would be loopholes there that we hadn't really fully thought through.
Yeah, I don't think we can resolve this tonight. I understand the points, and we can look at it further. I would comment that that's been a factor in all of in the 77 ordinance. It was an issue then, and we've tried to clarify the elements of proof to make it in the whole process of how a prosecution proceeds. But, historically, that has been a defense. Religion comes up, sexual preference come up.
Maybe
It's a normal, it's common, and I think we've done, use some templates from other areas to try to come up and put ourselves in a position to address those type of concerns. But we can look at it further for second reading.
Thanks.
Reminds me of that old saying, ignorance is 9/10 of the law.
The whole saying.
Ward.
Yeah, thank you. For second reading, I'd like some kind of a statement as to what the value is to have this ordinance as a local ordinance. I think at the work session, it was pointed out that it gives us more discretion perhaps. But just to say, I think enforcement is at a local level and perhaps more flexibility. And I think tangentially that it to what Bill was saying is that I think that it's possible for people to discriminate having no idea that they're discriminated. And I think perhaps one of the functions is age of the people, what they grew up with, what the mores and values were the time that they grew up, and certain things are not accepted now that were accepted previously. So if there's some kind of education or awareness that could be provided that might show a general idea of what is discrimination, because from Bill, I might have got this incorrectly, but that some people just don't know that what they're saying is discriminating, or what they're saying to somebody is to a certain class of protected people. So I guess what I'm asking for is a second reading is just a statement of why this is important in a local ordinance, what we gain from it for our community, and if there can be some kind of awareness, education in the equation.
And to follow up with that, Councilor Ward, we did do the robust community engagement, which is also part of the educational component for our community. That included 2 town halls. So I wanted to reinforce that. And Kate and I discussed the value add, and we can look at language as well of having a streamlined approach, an approach that has immediate more, I shouldn't say immediate, excuse me, a quicker response potentially than a state or federal potential complaint process, as well as reinforcing community values.
Thank you.
I could take a motion to read.
I'll make a motion to read ordinance 15, series of 2024, discriminatory practices prohibited by the Aspen Municipal Code.
Seconded.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for reading of ordinance number 15?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Rose.
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes.
Ordinance number 15, series of 2024, an ordinance of the Aspen City Council repealing and reenacting section 15.04.570, discriminatory practices prohibited of the Aspen Municipal Code.
And we could take a motion for approval on first reading?
I'll make a,
Go ahead.
you go, Ward.
I move that we approve the non-discrimination ordinance on first reading.
Second. Ordinance number 15, that is.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for ordinance number 15 on first reading, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Rose.
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see here. It is, well, let's just keep going. We'll see where we get. That brings us to public hearings. The first public hearing is on ordinance number 8. This is the proposed ballot questions for November 5th.
Mr. Mayor, Council, this is second reading for extending two taxing sources for affordable housing at the upcoming ballot election. These would extend the sunset dates currently from 2040 to 2060 to allow the community and council more flexibility for affordable housing funding into the future. No changes since first reading.
Any questions? This is a public hearing. I'll go ahead and open up the public hearing portion of ordinance number 8. Are there members of the public that wish to comment this evening? Ordinance number 8. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council table.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 8.
Seconded.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote, please, for ordinance number 8?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Rose.
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. That will bring us to ordinance number 9.
This is also a request to add ballot questions to the November ballot to change the taxation of motor vehicles from a sales tax to a use tax to conform with the rest of the taxation policy in the state of Colorado.
Any questions? This is a public hearing. Are there any members of the public that wish to comment this evening on ordinance number 9? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to council table.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 9, series of 24.
Second.
Motion and a second by John. Ordinance number 9. Could we have a roll call vote? Further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote for ordinance number 9, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Rose.
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes. Thank you. Our next item is ordinance number 13. This is 120 East Main Street, Aspen Modern Historic Designation.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, Ben Anderson for the record, Community Development Director. Jessica Guerra, representing the applicant, just stepped out for a minute. I think she was perhaps surprised by the expedited nature of your last two discussions. Here she comes. Give her a second to get set up. Mr. Mayor, this evening, Jessica, representing Design Workshop and the applicant, will do a presentation, give council a chance to ask any questions of the applicant team, and then staff has a brief presentation following before we ask you to review the ordinances. Thank you.
We appreciate very much being here. I am Richard Shaw. I'm one of the managing partners of 120 East Main Partners. We are the owners of what was formerly the Pitkin County Library and have been the owners for now 30 years. We organized this partnership for a couple purposes. The main purpose was to provide an office building that the design workshop could continue to operate and be a significant part of the community over a long period of time. The ownership includes two parcels of land. One is where the original library was constructed, that faces directly on Main Street. The second is back and was not originally part of the library, and it is separated by what is an alley between the two. The alley was vacated at the time in which the library was constructed. Aspen Modern is a program that has been very successful. It originated from a major community debate in which the idea of preservation versus private ownership was really at the heart. And out of that, in 2010, became this program. And out of the program, there were classifications of a series of different types of architectural styles that were prominent in Aspen and deserved to be recognized for presentation and preservation. The Wrightian architectural style was represented in that program by this building. There are other eligible buildings in the vicinity, and some which have been landmarked under this program. There's a significant concentration in this area between the Red Brook, the Yellowbrook School, Peppy Park, the Sardi House, and now with a voluntary proposal that's come forward here, that would apply to 120 East Main Street as well. Wrightian architecture was architecture that came about from possibly America's most famous architect, and it was brought here locally, particularly by Fritz Benedict, who was one of the people who had studied with Frank Lloyd Wright and was the first actually formally trained architect to be in Aspen. It is known for its organic style. It has this sloped front wall, it has large overhangs, natural materials and colors, large and low shallow kinds of proportions and shapes. And what is significant about this particular building is that with the ownerships that have occurred, Pitkin County, the original owner, and 120 East Main Street, the second owner, for 66 years in Aspen, there has been two owners of this building. That's the prime reason that the integrity of the building is still prominent and has been retained, exists today. Herbert Bayer was also part of this design effort, And as we've learned more about Herbert Bayer, we find out that he is internationally revered, is such a significant design talent in so many different fields. An example of the work that he has been involved in includes the Aspen Institute and the master plan for the entire campus. So these two architects were the very prominent people who were involved in the original design. The construction of the building began in 1962. It was a major effort by the community to create what became and is still a symbol of the community's ability in the 1960s to have a symbol of what public face and civility meant in Aspen, Colorado. Prominent people also were there when it finally opened in 1966. The governor of Colorado at that time, John Love, was here for the dedication, but few remember that Walter Cronkite, possibly one of the most public figures of that time, was here as the dedication speaker. This is just emblematic of the importance this had to the entire community, and as a result of that, it became so well known as a community gathering place, events. Everybody who had a chance to be in that library building recognized it for its importance, and it is very important to the community today as the place in which the community gathered and created an intellectual portion to the overall Aspen idea at this community level. Design Workshop occupied it for 30 years. We had a notable history there. It resulted in us doing planning work throughout the community and more broadly, including virtually every state in the United States and many foreign countries. The ideas that Aspen had in its own land use code went to many different locations as a result. The library, now and then, we have been the stewards of this building. We have financed its rehabilitation. We have made the repairs that were required. When we purchased it, it made it possible for Pitkin County to complete the library that we have today. There were particularly some major defects in the building originally, which dealt with this sloped wall in the front. And that has been completely replaced and done in the most professional way you could for its history and its integrity. It's a building that is recognized in all the documents of the city historic preservation and probably is the building that created the Aspen Modern program, which is clearly a partnership between the city and private owners. There are 5 criteria to be eligible for this designation. I'm not going to go through each of those 5. You need 1. I think this building checks every one of the boxes that is required because of its singular importance to the community.
For the record, I am Jessica Garrow, principal with Design Workshop, and Richard's described the really important significance to Aspen's history of this building, and I am going to run through our specific requests related to the designation. As Richard mentioned, this building is a high priority in terms of the Aspen Modern list. When it was developed, it was in an area where there were many other civic buildings being constructed at that time. The Red Brick Center for the Arts, the Yellow Brick Building, and a few decades prior, the Pepke gazebo. Those 3 structures are currently designated through the Aspen Modern process. The public library is the final piece in that collection that it would be designated if the request is approved. So in terms of the existing setting, this is in the middle of the block on Main Street. Immediately to the west is a commercial building with a multifamily unit, and to the northwest is an existing multifamily building that is a deed-restricted affordable housing complex. So existing commercial and residential uses exist in the immediate vicinity. Immediately to the west is the Sardi House, and this was an example that staff had included in the memo, and we've included one of these graphics that just shows the development pattern at the Sardi House, where there's the historic resource in front and a primarily detached addition in the back that has kind of residential lodge type uses similar to what's being proposed here. Richard mentioned repairs over time, and you can see in the picture below, one of the main issues was landscaping growing through that original wall, so that has been reconstructed, vegetation pulled out, and reconstructed using the historic original brick that was there. You can't quite see behind the two librarians, there's a enclosure for kind of air conditioning swamp cooler. That was one of the key issues that was occurring. So this is a picture from the 80s, and so you can see that wood enclosure that exists today remains in place. So that was one of the more original alterations that occurred. When Main Street Partners purchased the property, there was the addition of a light well window here in the back in order to provide light down to the basement for folks who are working. So in terms of the Aspen Modern Program, it is one that really is a partnership. I think the city, when that was created, recognized the impact of historic designation for these properties that are very different than Victorian properties, and offer various benefits as part of that partnership. So we wanted to run through just what is allowed right now under the code for this property without historic designation. So this property is located in the mixed-use district. It is in the mixed-use historic district, but the historic district is a Victorian district. So this is really considered a non-contributing building to that historic district. And so it's important that it have its own protections. That rear parcel, because again, this is two different properties, that rear parcel is not within the historic district. It is within the Main Street Zone District. Existing zoning in the Main Street Zone District allows for a building of 9,600 square feet to 12,000 square feet, depending on the review process that you go through. So as part of this designation, we are permanently removing some of that development pressure. 2,500 square feet were proposed in the form of TDRs. We are proposing minor modifications, which we'll run through, and the result is protection forever on both parcels through the Aspen Modern designation. This graphic here just shows what is potential. So one of the important historic characteristics of this building is that it's one story. The underlying zone district does allow a two-story building. So there are three different sets of benefits that we are requesting that are contemplated within the code, again, as part of that partnership between the city and private property owners. First are the economic benefits that we are requesting. 10 TDRs, again, severing forever, 2,500 square feet of development pressure on this property. That is, I would say, the most important benefit that we are requesting as part of this, this process. Also requesting 2 free market residential units in the back. That is part of why we're going through a planned development process to allow that use. These are really small units that we would anticipate are more attainable than some other free market units in town. We're also requesting fee waivers. In terms of variation requests, requesting approval for mechanical equipment to allow for flexibility in our uses in the future, particularly having potentially a restaurant tenant in the future. Some setback variances, and then memorializing some existing stacked parking. And then finally, development benefits. Because this is a negotiation as part of the Aspen Modern process, and we anticipate a conversation with council, we are requesting a 6-month rescission period. This was something that previous staff had suggested we include in the application, and has been used on some other properties previously. But just to make sure that the final ordinance that is approved tonight is something that makes sense and it works for ownership. And then finally, a 10-year vested rights. We did want to put these requests in context so that you can see how other properties that have gone through either a designation process or an HPC process have kind of fared in terms of what they've requested. So one really important example we think is 430 West Main. This is on Main Street and 4th, large white Victorian with a very large open yard right on the corner of 4th and Main. That large yard is able to be retained because of the 10 TDRs. That also went through a subdivision process and some dimensional variations in order to make that, that work for that owner. The second example is 514 East Hyman. This is the Mason and Morse building next to the Elks building. There were some old restrictions that were amended through this process, but really importantly, special review for parking, some dimensional variations, and no housing mitigation requirements related to a free market component.
All of these examples are Aspen Modern?
They are a mix of Aspen Modern and Victorian. 430 West Main is Aspen Victorian.
Aspen Victorian.
Yeah. The others are Aspen Modern. 430 East Hyman is the Sandy's office building, the Crandall building. They received TDRs and a floor area bonus and housing mitigation waiver as part of their process, as well as some longer vested rights. The Burko building, which is a residential building across from the Red Brick, received, again, TDRs, floor area bonuses, some setback variations, and significant fee waivers as part of their process. And then a more recent example from, I think, 2 years ago is 949 West Smuggler, where again, some TDRs were created to help ensure that designation could occur, as well as a floor area bonus and some mitigation waivers. So that's just to put this request in some context, that there's rationale behind this, and you can see, particularly for 630 East Hyman, it's another example of a commercial building getting a TDR. Wanted to really quickly run through the building that we are proposing for designation. There were some questions at first reading about the windows. These long windows, as well as the windows on the front, are all original. They're proposed to stay. They will not be changed as part of the process. On this facade, we are proposing inclusion of screening for mechanical equipment. On the east elevation, where there's that existing light well that was added, we are proposing a second light well to really improve that space. And then this is the view from the front, again, those and the back. Those windows, again, are original and are not proposed to change, but you can see the mechanical area here. So as we've mentioned, this is 2 lots. The result of designation and the subdivision is this is combined into 1 lot. The existing access easement that runs behind the building would remain, and the entire property would be historically designated. We did want to spend a little bit of time on the proposed free market units. We are proposing a 2-bedroom unit and a 1-bedroom unit. The total net livable floor area is 1,800 square feet. These meet minimum kind of APSHA sizes for this type of bedroom, and so are really kind of within that realm of smaller, more attainable units. As part of the request, we have mitigation that would be required for the development of free market units at a 30% mitigation rate. So we are proposing that cash in lieu be provided to mitigate those. There's been some concern in the staff recommendation, and when we were talking with HPC, we had a request to essentially tie the payment of fee in lieu to TDR issuance. We understand that that's confusing, and so we would suggest that that just happen as part of your building permit with those free market units, that's when mitigation would be due, just as kind of a standard process that the city has today. We have met with HPC, received conceptual approval for the massing. We are required to go back for final review with them, should the designation move forward, that would address material fenestration and some roof materials related to the addition. But really importantly, and something I think HPC really appreciated, is that this proposed addition is entirely detached from the historic structure, which really preserves that integrity of the historic structure. So you can see here the proposed parking scenario. So this is tuck under parking for both residential and commercial uses with 2 stories of residence above. The final request that we have is related to the special review for parking. When Aspen Main Street Partners purchased the property, they went through a review with Planning and Zoning Commission at the time to memorialize a tandem parking space configuration that exists today and has functioned very well for the last 30 years. As part of this proposal, we request that that tandem configuration that is just immediately adjacent to the historic structure be maintained. And we are meeting the parking requirement here with 9 spaces. You have 3 ordinances within your packet, and we're eager to talk with you about those. There were 3 areas that we have some suggested changes, regardless of which ordinance is moving forward. And we've talked about these with staff as well. The first is within the section 1 that talks about the voluntary designation. We want to be really clear that designation happens when we finalize the subdivision plat that combines these 2 lots. So the moment that that plat is finalized and recorded, that is when this property is historically designated, and that's when TDRs could be issued, but also that is when we would need to go through the HPC final review. So that is a minor clarification. The second is on the TDR section. The ordinances reference a conservation easement, and the code language says deed restriction related to TDRs, and so we're requesting that change to just match what the code says. And then section 3 is a clarification related to that access easement that's in the back. So the ordinance calls it a right-of-way, and again, that is a vacated alley with an access easement over it, and so just for clarity, we want to make sure that that's listed as an access easement. And I'll turn it to Richard for some final comments.
I think we all know from an owner's point of view that this is a difficult decision to get to. And why? Because this is a decision that preserves the building forever. And that means the footprint of the building, that's kind of an obvious part of it because the deed restriction would prevent additional development on the property. The second part is the exterior of the building remains forever. Minor changes require multiple reviews if you were going forward to make a change, even those changes that are practical and functional to the building. It is an important decision for an owner because intrinsic in these things, the nature of the uses become far more limited than they might be under a non-designated building and in the situation it is now, which it is not a landmark building. So to get to this decision, it's important to appreciate the difficulty that the ownership has. But we are in partnership now that is older, and we feel like it is time to think about the future in this community. We shared office space with Fritz when we first arrived in Aspen. We participated with projects with Fritz, and he was a dear and good friend. It seems like a partnership could be put together here that would preserve the building and create the reason and incentive for this partnership to preserve the building. And that's why this application is forwarded to you in the spirit that a partnership can be forged.
Thank you.
Council members, any questions of the applicants at this time? John?
One quick one, and this might be just as aimed at staff as well. Again, when I was at this CAS meeting last week, in Glenwood, when they changed the zoning to allow extended stay hotels, they decided if it was within 750 feet of a traffic stop, they were going to waive their parking minimums. So I think their parking minimums were 1.5, and they lowered them down to 1. I was wondering if that had been contemplated here, because there's a bus stop right in front of the building.
We participated in the creation of that bus stop when we purchased the building. It was in progress, and it required, as part of our purchase, that we grant an easement to allow the bus stop to occur. It's pretty ancient history, but that's how the stop got there. The parking plan that's in place today has tandem parking, and it has 14 parking spaces. So what we think is right is to park this based on the standard that's in the code, to maintain the fact that parking for commercial use needs to be accommodated in some form, and that there's a community benefit by not allowing this parking to spill out into this other neighborhood by having it on the site. So we have chosen here to maintain the parking ratios as defined as the standard for the district.
Fair enough. I was just intrigued to see if we could fit some more possible deed restricted housing, but I bet Ben's already thought about that.
I think the other piece is that we didn't want to go outside the bounds of the code as much as possible, right? And really limit to what was needed, and making sure that there's enough spaces for the commercial units that are currently in the building and would continue to be.
Sorry to sidetrack you.
Bill?
First of all, great presentation. It's almost like you do this for a living. Could you talk about, on parcel 2, I think is the northern parcel, is that accurate? On parcel 2, what could you do as of right without having to go through this process today?
Yeah, it's a smaller parcel, but it is a kind of legal parcel. So build a small building there, probably similar, maybe slightly smaller than what is proposed right now, and parking. Under the mixed-use zone district
Affordable
requirements.
housing would be an allowed use, free market would not be an allowed use, office would be an allowed use.
Any commercial use.
Any commercial use.
Yep, a small lodge use, yeah.
Very difficult to accommodate on that parcel, of course. You requested free market housing, staff suggested affordable housing, potentially RO designated, I think was what staff specifically said. Could you talk about the whether you would accept that suggestion from staff? Does it render this Aspen Modern designation infeasible for you if it becomes affordable housing or not? Are you willing to entertain that conversation or not?
It appears to us that the two things that, through the discussions with HPC, that were important to resolve was the number of TDRs, which is clearly the incentive that makes it possible for the ownership to be at the table today. And the second part of that was the possibility of free market units. You know, we have an enormous lot here by almost any standard. This is 9,600 square feet. It would support the request for TDRs and reduce 2,500 square feet from the building and the property area. The remaining site is a developable site. And if we were going forward thinking about deed-restricted housing as an incentive, we probably wouldn't be here to designate it. Why? Because I think most everyone here in the council understands that's a subsidy process. It's about costs and it's not about an incentive. So an element of free market is needed to put together the balanced package of the TDRs as requested and an additional subsidy not subsidy, but an additional ability to create an incentive to make the comparison between this designation versus another path of development.
So simple answer, it needs to be free market for you to consider Aspen modern designation.
Yes.
Thank you. Rescission period. Is the rescission period necessary if you get everything you're asking for?
The rescission period was actually at the suggestion of staff, previous staff, and it's because the nature of this process is so different than other processes. We are here with the end of the 90-day period of discussion, and we've only had a chance to interact and dialogue about the possibility of this tonight. And so if it turns out that there's an outcome here that we don't understand or don't know its feasibility, we struggle. And so the rescission period was simply a way for us to have the ability to study it. The time period could be negotiable, certainly. We had suggested 6 months because that was suggested to us as perhaps a precedent for this, but something shorter than that could be talked about.
Fair enough. So is it fair to say that if you get everything you're asking for, which you have had an opportunity to study in pro forma, then that may not be necessary?
It would not be necessary.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Thanks. Board.
Yeah, thank you. I love this building, but I'm tending towards kind of hybrid of 10 TDRs. There's a lot of money, and the possibility of an RO or a Category 5 for those free market, and the few waivers for all the free market and everything else is a substantial give by the city council or by the city. So much of my questions are aligned with Bill's questions, and I'd still like to be able to find a way to have those 2 units be affordable housing, and pursue perhaps a city stipend of some kind to make it work. But I really want to explore more possibilities of having those 2 units, the 2-bedroom and the 1-bedroom unit, become RO or Cat 5. And I need a full grasp of what the fee waivers for building permit and everything else, what kind of gain is that? And, obviously the 10 TDRs are a huge benefit.
Thank you. I'll weigh in. I'm looking at some sort of middle ground here between applicant request and staff proposal, as well as HPC recommendation. We have 3 categories of ideas coming at us here. I have never been a big fan of extended vested of rights, so I would be looking to my fellow council members between 3 and 5 years of vested rights with this. I agree with the staff recommendation that waiver of fees if affordable housing is developed, but not a waiver of fees if free market is developed. I'm struggling with 10 TDRs. you know, for me, what that means is that 250 square feet land somewhere else. So is that the community's fee for entry into this? I don't know that that's equitable. Obviously, I'd prefer to see 2 deed-restricted dwelling units. But if they were free market, I would just see that there's a trade-off there between the amount of TDRs that you're severing and the allowance for free market residential. And I'm happy to kind of look and see where that middle ground can lie for some of these points, but at this time, I'm not supportive of the full boat of applicant requests. And I'd like to know where we can maybe amend that a little bit for a little bit more equitability for the community. This building is definitely an Aspen Modern candidate, but how important is it for the community? And when you're severing TDRs, but then gaining development rights, it kind of defeats the purpose. So I'm struggling with a couple of these points, and I would look for some middle ground if I was going to be more supportive. John?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said. I really love this building. When I first got to town, I got my library card there, and it's an incredible old library. The music room was spectacular. Kind of miss it. I hesitate I'm just concerned about what happens if this isn't designated historic, then what size building and mass and scale is going to end up in that spot. So I would like to preserve this building if at all possible. That said, I shudder to give 10 TDRs. That seems like quite a bit. Does anybody know what the market value of a TDR is off the top of their head today?
They've been transacting for north of $600,000 each in the last few transactions.
Thank you. I also support more deed-restricted housing, and I would definitely be interested in waiving the fees if it was affordable housing. 10 years of vested rights, I think that's too long. So yeah, if we can tweak some of this, I think we can move forward.
Thank you. Sam, comments at this time? It is a public hearing, so I will open it up in a minute.
All right. Mine are really quick. I care about all of the stuff that you're proposing, but I mostly care about the making it affordable housing, even if it is RO. I really think as like a council and stewards of the city and housing being the main issue, that I don't think this would be a good deal without it being affordable housing. And the rest of that is more monetary towards you. I give you kudos for that, but make it affordable housing, please, so we can move forward with this project and make it Aspen Modern. Those two things I think are the baseline things that we need to button up.
Ward, I see a hand up. Is that a new hand?
No, it's an old hand, sorry.
No problem. We'll come back in just a minute and continue this, but it is a public hearing, so I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing portion of ordinance number 13. Are there members of the public here to speak to ordinance number 13 this evening?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, and I appreciate that, there were a couple of topics that I just wanted to bring to council's attention per your deliberation. I'm happy not to do that if you would prefer. Most of the discussion that I wanted to engage with, Jessica touched on a little bit, but I did want to talk about a couple of topics that folks have raised in your comments, if that's amenable.
Sure, if you want to do that before public comment.
I will do it as quickly as I possibly can.
Sure.
I will just say that, beyond the designation and the other HP review for the treatment of the future resource and what's going on the site, this project is touching several important parts of the land use code. most notably plan development. Jessica talked a little bit about this, but plan developments, we have a lot of them in town. They're used for different purposes. They're generally created to grant flexibility. In the case of this, if council were to pursue market rate residential, the use flexibility would be granted under the PD. The issuance of the TDRs for commercial property, and the establishment of an alternative rear setback dimension. We've talked about these things, but it's just an outlining. Once we get to your discussion, this might be a helpful slide about what were the specific requests from the application on a single slide. The TDR discussion, just because I do, per your comments, I think it's important to frame a little bit. Staff certainly understands the request for the TDRs. There have been some smaller issuances of TDRs on a couple of commercial buildings in the core. We have not had a commercial building ask for 10 previously. And I do just want to sort of, kind of bring this to council's attention. The TDR program was created for single family and duplex, and the proportions on a property, and we of course support the kind of sterilizing of development right on these designated properties. But because of the difference in FAR between what's going on Main Street and the proposal here is for 1-to-1 versus, say, a property on the next block to the north in the R6 zone district, we're talking about a significantly reduced allowable floor area, and that delta between the existing development on the site and what's allowable and what you can spin off in terms of TDRs. And again, this is a point of debate for sure, but in this case, with the commercial property getting up to 1-to-1, adding the residential properties, we're talking about a fair amount of development on this property. The 430 property that was, down the street that spun off 10, was based on a kind of a residential floor area and the sort of very open lot that's adjacent to the resource, spinning off those TDRs. So this is ultimately why, staff supports the issuance of some number of TDRs, but it's why staff's recommendation came in at 5, was just because of this distinction between commercial and residential FAR and the proportions on the lot and what's being proposed here. So again, we're supportive of the idea of TDRs, but the number of 10, because of this issue, staff recommended 5. We've talked about this. We don't need to go this. I think I will just say that one of the recommendations from HPC, there is going to be a restudying of fenestration materials on this building. I think the applicant's amenable to that, and that'll be handled during the HP's final review on the property. Just another diagram to talk about the parking. We're supportive of this. It's compliant with the code. The only reason they have to come, and we're even having a conversation about parking, is the tandem or stacked nature of those 4 spots that currently exist and, to staff's understanding, are functioning just fine. This is a depiction of the ask on the rear setback, just for council's information. The proposal is going from 5, as required by the zone district, down to a requested 3. Staff supportive of that. And again, just sort of outlining, staff is in full support of the importance of this program to the Aspen Modern, or the designation of the Aspen Modern program. It's on our website. We've got a description. I agree with the statement from Richard that it's long been seen, I think, as the kind of example of the Aspen Modern, and it's long been desired by staff for designation. And the other, the aspects of the land use review, subdivision, we are fully supportive of this. That lot 2 as a non-conforming lot, it's actually misidentified on Aspen's zone district map as being in the R6 zone district. We clearly have an ordinance that it was part of the kind of Main Street zoning kind of over time. But it's been this kind of strange non-conforming situation that I think staff has struggled to have conversations about, so we're fully supportive of the subdivision. And really the conversation is about the negotiated benefits. Staff certainly understands, the importance of the designation, the challenges that the designation puts on the properties, the need to kind of reward that designation. But I think in aggregate, the request, staff felt, was perhaps a step beyond what we could support. Again, 3 ordinances. Councilor Guth asked for a chart to kind of line out the kind of 3 different ordinances that were presented at first reading. This, for the purposes of discussion, as council gets into its discussion, hopefully this chart will be somewhat helpful as you kind of look at the kind of main points of the requests and where staff and the applicant and HPC landed in their recommendations. But in general, we're very supportive of this project. We think it, would be a fantastic addition to the Aspen Modern program. We want to support that, and we're happy to have further conversation with council as you land on a set of negotiated benefits. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions of staff at this time?
No, thanks for doing the chart, Ben.
Public comment on ordinance number 13. Come on up.
Hi, everyone. Dwayne Romero, Snowmass Village. There we go. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you guys. And I'm kind of looking at Tori. It reminds me, obviously, of what I think the Aspen Modern piece of legislation is probably one of the most important things that we did collectively back in, starts in '07. We go into a restrictive kind of citywide historic designation, and several years later, we roll out of that through a lot of debate and discussion across the community to determine, what's our most highest priorities, and how best to use governance in a way that solves problems together. So how do we find consensus through lots of discourse and debate over several years and come to, I think, a really, really powerful piece of legislation? The Aspen Modern piece, conservatively stated, I think that's the most proud moment. There's a lot of stuff that we stepped in the bucket on, but this is one of the things we did pretty well. And there's 2 things that is most important, right? The 2 things that is, it provides an opportunity for you to discuss and negotiate. It's one of the most creative pieces of legislation we have in the code, because you're able to balance the benefits and the burdens of where the community stands and what's most important. And as it pertains to Aspen Modern, right, the post-World War II, the postmodern, that era of Aspen architecture is not protected by the Victorians. At least it wasn't back then, and obviously we have something here. It's not as draconian. The Aspen Modern program is not as draconian as perhaps some of the other pieces of legislation where it's, it's a bit more dictatorial. This gives the community the chance to also opine and bring forward assets that we find most important. And I love the fact that you guys are already 100% there. I mean, right? What Richard and his team has in the old library is the poster child of Aspen Modern. And so I would only add to the conversation if you will, the calculation of benefits offset by the burdens of the designation that he's going to and his team would potentially subscribe to. I think if you guys look at the TDR increment of 250 square feet, back when we were debating this, clearly that was of value, and now that's a much higher value, clearly, on the marketplace. But there are other pieces of the land use code that prevent a runaway, that prevent this wild abandon of, okay, here's this, trophy home that's built in the West End. We've contained that. We've even contained it in the mixed-use zone district itself to absolutely just remove free market altogether. I put that out there to make sure we're thinking about the long-term view of this decision. And we can debate, oh man, they're going to make a lot of money off the TDRs, and oh man, they may make a lot of money off the free market. But there's a another piece of land use code that they're going to go through if they even want to pursue those free market pieces in order to get that final increment of benefit. And then secondarily, the 10 TDRs that they're requesting, it will take a while for the market to absorb that as well. And yes, we will see little increments of additional square footage appear here and there. We will, I mean, obviously over time, but I think that's a reasonable trade-off. It's a reasonable trade-off, and it provides, he's being very transparent. He's done the math. You can do the math in your own head as well to understand that it's not a bonanza tonight, and it's still a path. It's still a bit of an arduous path to get there. But what we do is that we do protect, again, I think the number one poster child for what the Aspen modern ethic was all about. And I'm here to tell you, we spent months and months and even a few years to get to the program that we have today in the code. And there was tremendous community discourse and struggle, but then there was consensus finally achieved. So I think it's one of the, like I said before, I think it's one of the more important pieces of legislation that you have in front of you. Creativity, the opportunity to negotiate, and then remind yourselves of the long view. I appreciate your time, and I really look forward to your decision.
Thanks, Dwayne.
Dwayne, did you say that we have contained the West End trophy homes?
What I meant by
Did I hear
that is
you
that
correctly?
the land use code has slowed down and obviously has meted out. We have other pieces and parts, you know, the permit regulation, the demo regulations. There are other pieces and parts that have tried to, and I think in some ways effectively, tamped it down a bit. Contain is not the same as absolutely, kind of extinguished, to be clear. Okay. Thank you. I love you.
Thanks.
Another member of the nope, that's not his. Charlie?
I got notes and everything here already. Focus, 10 years from now, the money will not matter. We build stuff, buy trail pieces. It's really expensive when we do it. 10 years later, we say, God, that was the smartest thing we ever did. We did a very good job saving Victoria and Aspen. The postmodern, there's not a lot of this around. It's threatened. And to be able to save something in toto, it's not going to be a Victorian that's saved, but there's this mansion, there's this big thing behind it, or with it attached to it. We're going to save something as is. And that has great value. When we talk about where is this place in our historic needs to keep, Amy knows more than all of us about it. And you have a letter from Amy expressing that this should go forward. The TDRs, again, when I sat on the county P&Z when we did the TDRs out there, and the damage done by them, except for by John's house, was pretty minimal. And you do get another bite at the apple when they come in to land them. You can design what, you can help fashion what that TDR looks like when it comes in. If this parcel goes to free market and it goes away, it's something you can never get back. And the money you saved from 10 years ago doesn't really matter. It's money that's been. I live very close to this place, and I will be affected negatively by this building changing. And I think it's the greatest thing you can do. It's not worth. Forget me. The community says it's a good thing. Whether or not to not have the building, it has to go through a lot of hoops, but with some money, if you just sell it to me and I can't keep the library, I'm going to build wall to wall every square foot I can, and I'll get it through eventually because there's a bunch of money worth it, and I can sit longer than you can. So take what you can get And to save, there's not a lot from this era. I recommend beat them up on whether it's free market or whatever for the new buildings. That's just money. Fight out the money, TDRs, the new place, whether it's free market, whether it's affordable housing, whether it's one or the other. And the fee waivers, that's money. Figure it out, get it done.
Thanks, Charlie.
Thanks, Charlie.
Any other members of the public for public comment?
Good evening, everybody. Lex Terumians. Thanks for being here tonight, and thank you for your service. You know, I think this is, as we've heard tonight, this is a very important building. It's as prominent a building as you can find in Aspen. Adjacent to the Sardi House, you know, it really presents the history of Aspen, and I really think it needs to be preserved, and ask you to strongly consider this. And the building too represents, I think, the life's work of the partners of Design Workshop, and they've spent, you know, collectively, I don't know the exact number, but 140 years of 120 years of life running a business in this town, employing people, helping people grow into real careers, when back in probably the 80s and 90s, I know when I got here, there were not that many careers in this town. And so they really provided a business that had a long history here. That business has moved down valley, but what it's left is an opportunity here with this building to not only preserve it, but to see a next phase of that building come to life on Main Street. I know that there's heartburn around the 10 TDRs, and at face value, it seems like that's a lot to give. But when I think about this, and I think about 2,500 square feet being distributed through the built environment of Aspen, we'll really never, I don't think that the trained eye or the untrained eye can walk through any neighborhood here and know which properties TDRs have been landed on and which have not. So I really think, I believe that in the grand scheme of things, that 2,500 square feet is not going to be meaningful. And it's going to, you know, it's also going to allow, this is going to allow the owners of the building to have some discretion in what is next for this building, I think, when they do eventually sell it. And I think that they're, you know, based on their history here, they want to do something that's going to make, that they can be proud of moving forward. And in that use, you know, there's a great opportunity for here for that use to be something that, you know, they will be proud of and the community will be proud of when the building is repurposed. I guess the one other thing, you know, I think that, you know, from a creation of TDR standpoint, I think that there are no TDRs currently on the market. I don't know if staff has cataloged or done a count of how many unextinguished TDRs are out there. Is that 20? Is it 30? So,
Probably less than 10.
it's less than 10 TDRs that we're looking at. And I'd say that without these 10 TDRs coming on the market, I don't see any more than 1 to 2 TDRs being created on an annual basis over the next 10 years. There's just not, there's not enough out there left to preserve that has not been preserved already to where we're going to see a flood of TDRs in the market. So I don't think that, I mean, we're at the end of, I think we're at the end of the cycle or the life cycle of TDRs in Aspen, and I don't think 10 more TDRs are going to do anything meaningful to our town And while, you know, on the other side of the coin, I think losing this opportunity to preserve this building would do a lot to affect our historic Main Street corridor. So thank you.
Question for you. First of all, I'd say that if the TDR program is running at the end of its life cycle, I think that's a good thing. Not a
Yeah,
bad
and
thing.
I don't
That'd
disagree.
be the intention of the TDR program, so that'd be a good thing.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you on that.
Lex, are you involved in this? Are you?
I have been involved in this project. I have been.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yep. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Lex.
Other members of the public for public comment this evening? This is ordinance number 13. Come on up.
Breaking in, Charlie. I appreciate the value of this building. It was one of the first buildings when I moved here and temporarily out of school during the riots of 1970, 69, that era. And I spent a lot of time listening to actually classical music in their library because we didn't really have radio then, and I didn't have anything. So that was an opportunity, and I think it's a wonderful building. I don't know whether anyone has assigned a value to TDR's additional square footage. I don't know if that analysis has been done. I think it should be. Last time I had to do it in connection with, well, sometimes you have to do it when you're doing County Board of Equalization. And, people come in with property that has TDRs attached, so you have to make some kind of effort there. And I did do it once in analyzing a building expansion on the west end and came to the conclusion that 250 square feet is worth about $1 million, and people will pay it because the incremental cost of getting a structure that's above average in size is enormous. I don't know how that figures in the calculus employed by this board. I don't think I respectfully disagree that we've reached the end of the life cycle of TDRs. TDRs have the origins in the rural and remote zoning that we initiated and preserved through 2 recall elections in the 90s. And at the time, a TDR taken from rural and remote zoning was worth $250,000. So we haven't run to the end of that life cycle. That's been about 30 years. I just say these things not to tell you how to decide, because you have to weigh the value to the community of the preservation of this building, which is historic and wonderful and all the things that were said about it. You have to weigh that against the consequences of yet more development that you as a council cannot keep up with now in terms of housing, traffic, congestion, and more than anything else, the erosion of community character. So I wish you luck on your decision. I think you should consider, though, the monetary value of these things, their impact on the community, and the fact that there seems to be a bottomless pit of money out there willing to purchase and use property here. I know that the ski company was certainly surprised when their $10 million property at the base of Aspen Mountain sold for $72 million, and there just seems to be no end to it.
and I hope you will appropriately weigh the value to the community, the preservation of this nice piece against very real impacts on community character. And I wish you luck with that decision. I can't make it for you, and I won't try. Thank you.
Other members of the public for public comment? Seeing no more, I'll bring it back to council table and close the public comment portion for ordinance number 13. Bill?
I have a couple more applicant questions. I did want to clarify a couple things that Mick said. So one, Mick was referring to rural and remote zoning. That's a county TDR program, which is very different than a city TDR program. They share a name, and maybe an overriding concept of shifting development from one place to another, but the application is drastically different. And secondly, Mick also mentioned that this creates new development, and I think that's a mischaracterization. This is, by allowing the applicant to sever TDRs, we're shifting development. We're not creating new development here. And I think that's also true with the housing request in the back. It might make sense on that parcel to build something other than housing, which they could do today. This isn't creating development rights out of thin air. So does it shift development elsewhere? Yes. Does it create development? I don't think so. So I wanted to make sure everyone understood my perspective on that. If Ben or the applicant disagrees on anything I said, please feel free to chime in.
Well, I would just question, it creates the free market. If we go with free market, it creates free market. That's not a by right in that area.
I'll agree with you there. I'm gonna try to help with this negotiation a little bit. I haven't made any real comments on my position on this. You can probably infer that I think that this is a building worth keeping and has a lot of value to our community, aesthetically and historically. Could you help me rank these 7 requested benefits in order from most importance to least importance to your team? Is that possible? I was going to ask this a different way, but I think that that's the more effective way to ask this.
The TDRs are the most important piece, followed by the residential units. And I think depending on the position on the TDRs, we have some flexibility in what happens on those residential units. And then it's I think rescission period is important no matter what, depending on, how the negotiation goes. So that's sort of a side piece. I would say then it's the kind of dimensional pieces to make sure that the development can be as far away from the historic structure as possible. Fee waivers and the restaurant tenant. Would you order those differently?
No. That's the way we see it, the way we compiled the benefits to make a package that is workable was exactly in that order.
Thanks. If we could agree to 10 TDRs, could you agree to RO?
Do you want to answer or do you want me to?
I think there's a midpoint. There are 2 units in the back, and the livable square footage is about 1,800. If one of those units could be 1,200 square feet of free market and the other 700 square feet of RO. That's a compromise, and I think it presents a win-win. For example, the RO housing could be the housing mitigation for the free market unit, and you would have an entire package in the back.
That's a good idea. I'm going to let you talk about something that I was thinking about talking about, but couldn't you talk about how, and I know you mentioned it, but could you reiterate the fact that you're not proposing adding the 2,500 square feet of development rights to this existing historic structure, which you certainly could have asked for, whether that be beside, above, something like that? Could you just touch on that? I spoke for you a little bit there, but I wanted you, your words are more eloquent on this for sure.
It's true that we are not intending to change the existing building. You know, if you review the kind of the history of how preservation has taken place, there are examples in which TDRs have been created in thin air with no development right and no give up of any property or right to do the development that would occur under natural zoning. If you look at the future of TDRs by driving around and looking at eligible buildings, particularly in the commercial districts, what you find is the buildings that would be eligible are edge to edge. There's not going to be additional land area in which TDRs could be drawn from. So what I think would occur here is the preservation is the footprint. We could have come back with a proposal under the historic district to change that building. And in conversations with others about the building, everybody has an idea. And that idea is if we just had this much more, we could do this kind of use. Well, we prefer not to do that route. And that's why the preservation of the building, using the benefits in the program, makes sense as a package.
Thanks. Let me just ask one last explicit question. Could you have requested under the zoning in place today to do a second floor on this building above grade?
Yes, the height limit is 28 feet. The building is 19 feet.
Thank you. I'm super supportive of this. I want to find a way to make it work with you.
All right. Let's start. Let's start from the bottom, go up on this chart that we have here. We'll not discuss the yellow 6-month rescission period yet because they're going to want to know where we're standing on everything else. 10 years of vested rights. Again, you know, for me, 10 years is too long for vested rights. State statutes, 3 years. You know, if this is something that's of importance, I can meet in the middle, 5 years. I'm okay with that. Any council members have any?
My only thought would be I just don't know how it really matters all that much. The only case in which it matters is if the economy really, really turns and they have a hard time making this work for some reason, then maybe it comes back. But if it's economically unfeasible in the first 3 to 5 years, barring any really strange economic circumstances, it's just not going to ever happen.
So 5 years would be okay, and they always have the ability to ask for an extension. So let's go to the blue line here. Ward, I'll come to you in just 1 minute if I can get through some of these. Let's go to this blue line here. This guarantee about a restaurant tenant be accommodated in the existing building, I have to agree with staff that, you know, it's a doable proposition, but there are codes that are related to it, and it should go through the process that gets them there. Interesting that at this time, there's already a proposal for a restaurant in this space, from the conversation we were having before. So I don't know if anybody, council members, do you feel a compulsion to give them guarantees? Or do you feel you have the ability to give them a guarantee? Again, it's an allowed use, it's, I can't see us waiving anything that would prohibit it, because you're really talking about life safety and operational codes, so they would have to meet those in order to have a restaurant. So for me, I don't see to give a guarantee that a restaurant tenant can be accommodated. I think that they will have no problem achieving that.
Well, Jessica, is there a specific concern? Like, is it about the allowable use being changed in the next few years that you're concerned about, or is it something more nuanced?
It's not really that. It's actually about the ability to have venting on the roof for a restaurant use, and having that pushed as far back on the alley. We showed some renderings. That is the proposed kind of addition, if you will, to the building. It would only be for that mechanical equipment. And so that's really where the request comes from.
So could we make this simpler? Could we say that we're, and specifically state in the resolution that we're supportive of the venting diagram?
Yes, that'd be a good way to deal with it. There's ventilation on the roof would be permitted, and the intent would be it matches other mechanical screening and enclosures that exist on the building.
So I'm fine with that strategy, and that way we don't have to worry about the language of a restaurant tenant specifically, or giving guarantees that we'll regret.
I think from staff's perspective, the reason I think both staff and HPC sort of came to the conclusion that we did, we've got several designated properties across town that house restaurants. And, we have building codes and we have HPC design guidelines that direct that. I think once we get to what actual mechanical would look like up there, I don't know that the screening, based on what I've seen on other buildings, I don't know that that screening is going to cover it. I think it's going to be taller. I think it's going to be bigger. There have been very big pieces of equipment put on restaurants as of late to sort of handle the ventilation needs. And so, I think we're certainly supportive of it. We've made accommodations at Matsuhisa and White House and Steakhouse 316, for their mechanical in Victorian buildings, acknowledging that they're a restaurant, acknowledging that they have special mechanical needs to make a restaurant go. And we just don't have enough information about an actual mechanical plan at this time to, give full cloth approval to whatever might be necessary to make a restaurant go there. But, to the applicant's concerns, we've got other historic buildings in town that have mechanical on the roof to have a functioning restaurant. We've certainly made accommodation of that.
If I may just add, there are some other ways of handling mechanical. If in the review of mechanical on the roof, it was determined that that was not an acceptable approach, then we would find ourselves attempting to deal with mechanical to the outside of the building in order to find a place in which it can vent and meet the code. So the uncertainty of that tenant can't really be solved until there's an assurance that the mechanical on the roof is a possibility. Of course, it would follow all the codes. It's the concept of it being on the roof that is an important one.
Tori, for the sake of just getting my point out there, the only thing I care about, deeply care about, is the residential units being deed restricted, RO. Everything else I can live with, and that's how I'd love to move forward, is just say applicant option 1, except those are RO units.
I appreciate that, but we're going through this because we're a board of 5, so I'll get there in just 1 minute.
No, that's not what I was saying. I was just letting you know.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I just want to go through them so that we can do this, as a group and get somewhere together. So I hear where you're at with the blue line there. John, did you have input on this?
Yes, I agree with staff and HPC. Seems pretty straightforward.
All right. Ward, do you have any input on this blue line that seeks a guarantee that a restaurant tenant can be accommodated in the existing building? And you heard the comments that were made by Ben?
Yeah, I heard the comments made by Ben, and I heard the comments made by Bill. And I think if we can just have part of the agreement that roof venting would be allowed, I don't have really a problem with granting a guarantee that a restaurant tenant could be accommodated there. And I think that because it's allowed use, I don't see that it's a big issue, but I don't see this as a stumbling block or a deal stopper. And I would tend to give them a guarantee a restaurant tenant could be accommodated there. And that, I had comments on vested rights as well, but never got to. And I would support 3 years on residential and 5 to 10 on commercial. I'd like to see those residential built quickly, and we're going to get back up to the orange and the blue boxes here in the future, and I'll hold my comments until we get up there.
Okay. Fee waivers. For me, I would say because of their location, I could see a waiver on transportation / TDM, but I would maintain other fees.
I'm probably with you there.
I would waive fees for if we go with staff recommendation on the orange box.
Got it.
Waive those fees for the residential portion.
For the AH portion.
Yes.
Okay. Green, AH mitigation paid at permit issuance as typical. They were looking for a deference of their mitigation.
And we're comfortable with staff's
All right.
request there.
And we'll leave that in the staff's recommendation. So now we get to orange, residential units. They're requesting about 1,800 feet of free market. In the discussion this evening, there was a split the baby proposal for a 1,200 square foot unit at free market and a 700 square foot, somewhere around 700 square foot at affordable for an RO unit. Sam, I'm gonna start with you. How do you see that as a compromise? Or would you like to continue conversation around making those both deed restricted and related in some way to TDR number?
Yeah, I think they should both be deed restricted. They can be RO, and I'd give them 10 TDRs, and I don't have strong feelings about the rest of it, so I would hope that felt like a compromise to them and to us. But I do feel a little, I don't know, silly, but like, it should be deed restricted housing. That's just my strong opinion on it, especially because this is a negotiation.
Okay.
And that's what matters.
Appreciate that. Ward, did you want to chime in on this line?
Yeah, Sam and I are in agreement on this. I think that an accommodation is being made to have those be deed restricted by granting an additional 5 TDRs. So I think they should be workforce housing RO as well.
John?
Deed restricted affordable housing, I think this is a great opportunity for us. And again, I think the city, I would like to hope that the city and the applicant could come to some kind of agreement to make this happen.
All right, and then as we get to the top line, what I'm hearing is if the deed-restricted housing was to go forward and it was even RO classification, that council members would be comfortable with maintaining the 10 TDRs. Ward?
Affirmative.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm obviously outvoted here, but I'm supportive of 10 TDRs and the one free market larger units, one RO smaller unit.
Thank you. John?
I favor option 2. I'm actually flexible on the TDRs. Some of the comments Charlie Tarver made resonated with me. And I'd be even willing to compromise with the guarantee for the restaurant. But I'm very firm on deed-restricted or affordable housing.
All right.
Could I jump in for 1 second? Let's not forget that the applicant said that that's one of their top 2 priorities, right? And I don't want to jeopardize preserving this building over that. So I want you all to think about that very carefully. These are not large units. They're facing an alleyway. They always will be. These are not, I don't know that they'll have much of a view. So I encourage everyone to think long-term on this. My interest here is only preserving what I think is an aesthetically and historically important building for the community. I just don't want to have them walk away from this and go, it just doesn't make financial sense for us. We're just going to tear it down. Let's all be clear. That's a very possible outcome here, is that this building gets torn down. There's not, I don't know that there's much in between. It gets torn down and sold as vacant land to build a hotel or something else, or we do this.
You know, and I would say that this applicant knows about this Aspen Modern program. They know that this is in negotiation, and so they came in with points that they are willing to negotiate on. That's the deal. You know, I'm not looking for exaction here. You know, I'm just looking for equitable community and applicant agreements. And so I hope that we can move forward. And they've made some requests here that are somewhat outside. I think that the request for the residential units to be free market is a little outside of what the Aspen Modern negotiations really stand on. So I think that's an additional one. What they said was their number one priority was the 10 TDRs. So, and along with everything else, that we are meeting them at about 80% of what they've requested. I hope that that's in the spirit of good negotiation, and that's how they're accepting it. I'm not trying to put the screws to anybody or anything like that. I just think that this is a negotiation. We're supposed to work this out. I'm here to represent community best interest, and I just want to make it equitable. And yes, this building, I think, as much as we want to preserve it, my hope would be that they do too. As long-term tenants, owners, and users of this, I think that that's their intention as well. Sam, comment?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what you just said and flip it and say if this is a negotiation and they said we're going to walk away from this to destroy the building because you didn't give us two free market units instead of one, I would be very sad from their end about that. So that's why I think 2 RO units with all the list of pretty high demands that they're asking for would be reasonable to me, as far as feeling a little disappointed on our end and a little disappointed on your end, because that's what a compromise usually looks like.
Thank you, Sam. John, did you have further comment?
Again, just I'm flexible with the TDRs. I'd like to stick with staff's recommendation at 5, but if we can get deed restricted or resident occupied housing on the site, again, I'm willing to negotiate with the guaranteed restaurant too. But I would like resident occupied housing on this site, if possible.
Thank you.
I think we really appreciate all of the comments and understand where council is at. And again, this is a partnership. It is a negotiation. we are able to move forward under a scenario where there's 10 TDRs, two RO units as outlined in Section 4 of staff's resolution, along with the fee waivers, the 10 years of vested rights, and a guarantee for rooftop mechanical.
I can support that.
Say again, Ward?
I can support that.
I can as well. That works for me.
Did you say 10 years of vested rights?
Yes.
I can support that too.
Got 3. Yay.
5 years doesn't work for you?
You know,
I've got shaking heads behind you. Never mind, don't answer. I got my answer back there.
well, very well. I don't know who was shaking their head, but
You already got 3 votes.
there's a lot of gray hair among this ownership. We would love to have the ability, you have to, the market changes. The ability to finance changes. Everything about the way in which residential appears is an uncertain place. And we need the flexibility and time to accomplish that.
Okay. I would think that 5 years gives you that, but I respect what you're saying. Okay.
Can we do a motion?
We need it reiterated.
Here's what I would suggest. From what I just heard from council and from the applicant, I think staff's option 2 ordinance with a change to 10 TDRs, with a change to the language on the restaurant mechanical. And also, there are some changes that Jessica identified in her presentation related to some terminology changes, two cases of terminology changes from right-of-way to access easement.
Right.
And from conservation easement to deed restriction, and also language related to the timing of the issuance of the TDRs. Staff is supportive of those changes.
Okay.
So from staff's perspective, and this is some intention of why we put the 3 options together, I think staff's option 2 is the right ordinance to use as the baseline, requires the least number of changes, and the 2 changes are changing the number of TDRs to 10 and bringing in the condition from option number 1 related to the rooftop mechanical.
I do have a question on that last point. I was trying to find the language in the applicant's ordinance that addresses that guarantee. And I'm only finding in section 6, paragraph 4. Is there other language that's?
That is where it lives currently.
I'm sorry?
It's only in that location, yes.
So it's
So that would need to be adjusted.
You would wish that language, even from your proposed ordinance?
I think what we were suggesting is that it be the allowance for rooftop mechanical.
So you would add that to the?
Yeah, to that
provision.
statement, yeah.
Okay. With that, I think I understand the changes. I hope that, it sounds like I agree with Ben that brief, small modification as he just outlined to his option 2 would be, sounds like it is what council is all supportive of and the applicant is supportive of, correct?
Yes.
Also, you have a slide that shows those 3 changes. Might be helpful too.
I'm going to stop sharing and allow Jessica to share.
Perhaps we can allow that, to all those amendments to happen during a break and come back.
I'm sorry?
Can those amendments occur during a break and then come back?
Well, maybe, I don't know how easy it would be for Ben to make the changes in his document if you want to take a break and bring them back. I don't know if that's necessary, because I think we have all of them outlined. I was concerned about the section 1 change that is proposed here, and making sure the council is also supportive of that, because it sounded like you were.
I'm supportive of it. I think it gives clarity to the timing of the issuances of the TDRs. So it's not necessarily dependent on the eventual building of the residential portion. It takes place with the sort of recordation of the subdivision plat.
Should pending be upon recordation?
Yeah.
Probably,
Upon.
sorry. I can-
We'll, if there's desire to do so, we can make some edits over the break and come back immediately with a sort of highlighted section.
You want to do it, can you do a redlined version and bring that
Yes.
back? Because there are several other items that council needs to consider tonight.
If the TDRs are issued at Aspen Modern Landmark status, and they have 10 years vested rights, they can start trading their TDR, they can sell their TDRs, and this project could never happen.
The residential could never happen if they chose not to do that.
But the building would be preserved.
Building would be preserved, the lot merger would happen. There would be a development right that ran for, 10 years, although with the presence of a PD, there's some question about how far into infinity that basic development right goes. But, yeah, I mean, essentially with the designation and the recordation of a plat, we have a clear understanding of the net lot area in which we're sort of basing the issuances of the TDR and the eventual development right, what the designation is going to be, what the deed restriction is going to be for the designation. I think all that sort of becomes clear.
You may, well, unless I'm not getting this correctly, we are gonna issue these 10 TDRs, and 2 deed restricted housing units may not come about.
The intention is to move forward with the development proposal, right? So I just want to say, like, we're operating in good faith here, right? And so that is the intention. But appreciate the comment.
I mean,
Road to hell.
I mean,
The one thing you do receive, as I said a second ago, is that the building's preserved, it's designated.
I understand, but one council member at least was saying that the most important thing to him was that we were getting these affordable housing units in exchange in this negotiation. And if that doesn't come to fruition,
The only thing I would offer as some level of comfort to that agreement is that, unless a future council changes the land use code around the uses that are allowed in the mixed-use zone district, and they didn't build the residential, there's less development on the property. And there's even, because they're limited on what they can do on that back piece, the PD describes what they can do with it. They'd have to come back and kind of rescind a portion of the PD or do an amendment to the PD. So I certainly understand the concern. And if you'd like us to think about a way to sort of ensure that, we can, but I think that the PD gives you some cover in terms of the approval that would be sitting on the property.
Couldn't we also just put a deed restriction saying that that portion of the site can only ever be developed for RO housing? And then it's done, so even if it doesn't happen now, whenever anything wants to be developed there, it becomes RO housing.
Well, the mayor's point theoretically is that the housing never gets done, but the TDRs are severed. Buildings preserved, TDRs severed.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think that this is sort of the backstop. My idea is the backstop idea.
I'm just 1 out of 5. If anybody else cares to chime in on that, if you're comfortable, then we can wrap this up.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
I know that they're operating in good faith and negotiating in good faith, but I think Bill's idea of restricting that lot to workforce housing or affordable housing may be a way to ensure that it does get built. And I do think that this group is negotiating in good faith. So I'm not casting aspersions on their ability or intention of supplying the workforce housing.
Is that something that we can do? Is that something that the applicant accepts?
I think that there's some additional challenges related to parking that, again, the plan development, from staff's perspective, the plan development doesn't force them to build that rear building. But what it does is create a very clear development direction for what could occur on the property. And that's the only thing that could occur on the property unless it came back, in this case, to council, to change that condition in some way to allow something else to be built there. But, I think as is the case with most things, we can give approvals, we can give entitlements, but it's really difficult to force somebody to build something.
I think from our perspective, the PD designation does exactly what you're desiring, right? Where we are clearly limiting the development rights as well as the use with this proposal. We can't develop that back building as commercial space. We would have to come back and have another conversation with council, right? So.
Or you could just not build it.
Yes, you could not build it, but there is no land use provision that requires someone to build the project. You gain an approval, and if the approval is a development that can work, then it is constructed. But that's true on every kind of land use approval that the council has granted. And the PD that we're talking about is the approval that you are granting. So what you're granting is 10 TDRs, the building will be preserved, footprint, exterior, all the aspects of preservation as it's defined in Aspen Modern. And you're gaining a land use approval that allows us to move forward with a restricted housing project that is RO in nature.
I'm fine moving forward.
Yeah.
As is, and I'm sorry I had to step out there for an emergency, but Ben, I wanted to check if it's better for you to make those edits and come back to us at a subsequent meeting, or if you're comfortable doing them now.
I think based on the nature of the request, I think we could, if you folks go away for 15 or 20 minutes, I think we could make those changes, show you a red line of the option number 2, and see if you're amenable to those changes.
Excellent.
So you would like a couple minutes to get
I think just to make sure that I'm not just to make sure that we're not missing anything, I think the typical duration of your your break would be enough time.
Yeah, we're a little behind. Yeah. Ward, thanks for hanging in there, man.
Oh, yeah, East Coast.
Yeah, still have a ways to go.
Yes, we do have a meeting ahead of us still.
Grab yourself a lobster.
Okay. Apologies to those that are in the audience for items that are coming up further down our agenda, but we are going to take a 18-minute recess. Thank you. We are back. We just took a dinner break, but this is the rest of the Aspen City Council regular meeting for August 27th. We are at our last public hearing item, which is ordinance number 13. We took a break, stepped away, and had some of the changes to the ordinance written out for us so that we can see those, and we have those in front of us. Before we go over those, something dawned on me during the break, and I'll just bring it up. I don't have a request at this time, but as we've been talking about this, it sounded as if you were looking forward to making some of the building changes to get a restaurant operator and that kind of thing. But I was wondering if the intention or what's next for you as an owners group is to sell the property. And if you are selling the property, then that concern that I had before about the TDRs being issued at the designation with the possibility that the housing doesn't get built is something that I just was thinking about at the break. And so I don't know, how do you feel about that? Do you understand what I'm saying? If you were to sell, then your good intentions and your good word are not what we are going to be dealing with in the future.
Well, our intentions are to continue to be the owner of the building. At any point, the partnership can make other business choices. The building is not listed for sale now. But the point of view really is that these are restrictions and agreements that carry with the land. They carry with any future owner. They carry with an owner beyond an owner beyond an owner. They go forever. These are the nature of deed restrictions, and particularly this program. So we will always be in a position to make the right business choice. And whether or not it is sold is something that the partnership will just have to deal with on a basis going forward. We have tenants there now, and we expect to maintain those tenants for a while.
Thanks. 10 years vested rights and stuff, I just don't know that we'll see them, but this could be a learning experience for all of us, so all good. Ben, do you want to go over the red line version that you have for a motion?
Yeah. Just for council's understanding, in section 1, those changes reflected the language that was in Jessica's slide that she presented earlier. It simply gives more precision to when the TDRs could be issued pursuant to the recordation of the subdivision plat and the sort of deed restriction that would, or the designated as Aspen Modern Landmark. Section 2 changes the number of 5 TDRs to 10 and gives precision to the language that is correct about a deed restriction being recorded related to the TDRs severing 2,500 square feet of from the property from future development. Section 3 was simply precision of language and consistency with what's actually there. It's not right of way, it's an access easement in the alleyway. This was language that Jessica and I landed on. It doesn't really change the nature of things, but it gives precision to what they need to come back to HPC for in terms of the reviews within a year of this approval, if it were to happen. And then this language was not included in staff's recommended ordinance, and so we brought some language, some suggested language around the rooftop mechanical. This language brings forth the applicant's representations of what that area on the roof would be and where it would be located, and also brings in consistency with that City of Aspen building codes. And other than that, the ordinance is unchanged from what was in the packet.
Jessica, you guys are good with this?
Yes.
The rescission period stays in?
It seems to reflect council's discussion.
Ready for a motion?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 13, series of 2024, as modified on the screen.
Seconded.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Well, thank you, Aspen Modern and the program, for seeking this out. This is a treasured building for our community, and nothing but good intentions and good hopes going forward. So thank you for participating in the program. Could we have a roll call vote, please, for ordinance number 13 as shared by Ben Anderson, our ComDev director?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yay.
Counselor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Deeply appreciate the time, the energy, and the help getting through this process. And I mean that from council, HPC, and the staff. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. It's a gift to the community you give, so thank you.
All right, let's get on to action items this evening. Resolution number 90, this is provision of required affordable housing via fee in lieu payment.
Council, I make this very brief. I will not even bring any slides your way. I know that's unusual for me. This is resolution number 90, series of 2024. It's a request from 1295 Red Butte Drive, who is in the midst of gaining a building permit for development on the site. We have not had one of these with council for several weeks now, but this is yet another request for fee in lieu to meet their affordable housing mitigation requirements. In this case, the estimate at this time coming out of their building permit review is 1.2 category 2 FTEs. This is under the threshold that staff has established in our policies related to this expedited review. I will just say that I know that there are at least a couple council members who are interested in us continuing to evaluate this topic as the credit program evolves. And I will just say staff and the legal department are continuing to try to find sort of ways to facilitate this without, the process while still maintaining the integrity of the Affordable Housing Credits Program. So staff finds this, this request consistent with previous requests. We have confirmation that they've made a good faith effort to acquire these credits, and we recommend that council approve resolution number 90, series of 2024, allowing for fee in lieu payment.
Questions?
Motion?
You could.
I'll make a motion to pass resolution number 90, series of 2024.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Could we have a roll call vote, please, for resolution number 90?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
Our next item up is the AABC and Brush Creek Bridge Project.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Matt Kuhn.
And Austin Weiss, Parks and Rec Director.
I have a couple of slides that I'd like to share. Great. So we're here tonight to circle back following the July site visit work session regarding the Brush Creek and ABC Trail Bridge project. Our action item tonight will provide a brief summary of the project to date and update council on recent community outreach performed jointly with Pitkin County. Staff are seeking the authorization to continue partnering with Pitkin County and to utilize the funds allocated in the 2024 budget to further the schematic design on both bridges. You'll recall we had a site visit on July 15th. We were lucky that the weather held off and we didn't get rained on, especially from the view of this picture. But I think that was a really valuable time, and I appreciate your all's effort on joining that site visit. Just a quick overview, this project was included in the 2024 budget. There's $250,000 allocated. That is in addition to $250,000 that Pitkin County's allocated. We've been in various steps of this project since 2021, and the report that's shown on the screen here is from that very first feasibility study that was commissioned in 2021.
No one lying on the side out there?
So this is a quick overview of the ABC bridge options. I'd propose that we don't dive too deep into the design options here tonight. There's still a lot of work to do before we're ready to really dive into those conversations. I will mention, however, that there's 3 options in the ABC area. They're shown on this page. They each have their own benefits and drawbacks. And the ultimate goal in this zone is that they connect the ABC area to the Rio Grande Trail.
Can I dive in just a little bit on that?
You may.
Judging just from the map, the switchback alignment seems to be the most straightforward and simple. Can you help me understand the drawback on that one?
Yeah, there's some potential utility conflicts in that area. Also, when we're looking at that from a winter access perspective, it gets a little more complicated if we're contemplating grooming a cross-country ski connection onto the Rio Grande Trail. That also, I think, is I don't want to jump ahead, spoiler alert, that is the community's preferred at this point, following some community feedback, but it's very tight margins at this point. I think
Talk to me for a second about the grooming of the trail. You're contemplating putting a trail on the bridge? And
a cross-country ski trail.
Cross-country ski trail on the bridge itself?
Correct.
That would then just dead end into the ABC?
Into the Rio Grande Trail. So people would be able to leave the ABC, put their skis on, and ski onto the Rio Grande Trail. From the Rio Grande Trail, the trail's groomed all the way to Emma and up into town. So for a winter recreational amenity, that's the preferred approach of what we've heard in previous outreach.
Yeah, from my perspective, that shouldn't be a driving factor of this. I mean, even if you have to walk to the Rio Grande Trail and then put your skis on there, I think that's totally acceptable.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Sure.
If I could chime in here, Bill, the Rio Grande Trail used to be plowed out of town, and they found that it was really dangerous, and so they just hack it, and it's seems to be more acceptable for people using it either for walking their dogs, skate skiing, but just grooming it to make it a hard surface or a snow surface seems to be the preferred condition for the Rio Grande multi-use trail in the winter.
And I do want to highlight, though, that the reason we're asking to proceed on this is some of those questions about what makes the most sense from an economic perspective or a feasibility perspective are yet to be answered. This is a quick view of the Brush Creek Bridge from the initial 2021 feasibility study. We did make this stop on the site visit. I want to highlight on this one that we're recommending as staff that we should proceed with this further design to the schematic level on both locations, the ABC and the Brush Creek location. We feel that there's potentially significant savings in just advancing those simultaneously in having a contractor that's looking at some of these geotechnical and feasibility considerations. We may very well at a later date decide that we need to prioritize one bridge or the other, but that savings of answering some of these questions out of the gate could inform those decisions to a higher level. I also want to point out that this Down Valley Bridge, while being furthest from Aspen, may provide benefits to the city with improved connectivity to properties we own down there, such as Aspen, Mass, and Cozy Point Ranch. And it also benefits members of our community in connecting to other recreational and communities such as Brush Creek Village and Snowmass. Questions?
Yeah, I didn't even catch that. I heard Cozy Point Ranch. What was the other one?
Aspen, Mass.
Aspen, Mass.
So we own both sides of Highway 82. Aspen, Mass is the property that is north of Brush Creek Park and Ride.
I didn't know the name of it. Okay.
I do want to quickly remind council that over the last 3 years, we've reviewed a lot of alternative options. And at every public meeting, folks are asking about, have we considered adjacency to Highway 82? This would be so much simpler if we could just cantilever it onto a bridge, if we could improve shoulders. And I just wanted to highlight that, yes, we have analyzed all of those, and there's many challenges with those, and some of them are actually no-goes. In general, adjacency to Highway 82 is more expensive. The user experience is vastly diminished, having 65-mile-per-hour cars immediately adjacent to the trail. The complexity working through the shale bluffs is very challenging, to the point that CDOT really is not interested in us pursuing that. And finally, the snowplow spoils, say that 10 times fast, do diminish and make this a harder year-round trail amenity. So since that site visit on July 15th, the county and the city partnered on an outreach campaign. It was pretty successful. In a very short amount of time, we had 231 respondents. 50% of those folks were from Aspen and the ABC. So it really speaks to this being a project that our community is engaged in and interested in. As a result of that, 69% of respondents wanted some sort of bridge. As I mentioned earlier, there was a virtual tie on prioritization of the 3 ABC bridge options, and it got to the point where we were looking at what was the least, not preferred, that's a double negative. We were looking at the percentages of people who didn't want to see that rather than the people who wanted to see it.
So 231 survey respondents, 49.6
were from that identified themselves within Aspen or ABC.
Okay.
69% of all respondents wanted to see some bridge. I just think this is really important. The survey did confirm that when we ranked asking what their desires were and uses for this, it was transportation, recreation, connecting communities. And so it confirmed, but it also added to our understanding of what the community is looking for. We do continue to get concerns about the impacts to the environment. That's on our radar. We want to minimize that as we move into the schematic design. Construction methods and things like that are going to be topics for us to continue to focus on. So the next steps, as I've said, there's many open questions, both both with the alternatives and the feasibility of those. There's lots of utilities and other land conditions we need to look at near the ABC. By advancing the designs into a schematic level, we're able to start looking at order of magnitude costs better than what we're looking at now. We can use those for grant funding. It shows our interest and commitment to these projects. The county is discussing this in a work session next week. And we're aiming that the county is going to continue to lead this project. We would like to continue to be partners. At this point, we have the money allocated in 2024, and we'd like to seek your all's approval and authorization to start using that should the county take the step forward next week. So with that, I'll take any questions and open up any discussion you might have.
So what is the funding allocation right now? It's $250,000. That is for next phase design and such?
Correct.
Okay. Are there any questions?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll go comments and see if I have questions. Well, actually, the first question is, so county is discussing next week, but on that site visit, I gotta say, I feel like I ran into 2 county commissioners that were not supportive. Do you have any expectations as far as their support for this project? That's not even fair, probably to ask, never mind. Well, then the other things from the site visit I'd like to point out. I didn't see this as a good City of Aspen project for the AABC bridge. To me, this was about connection, especially for commuter traffic, and everything else that is like a cherry on top. It made a lot of sense to me to have from the Intercept Lot Bridge, because that's the, biking connection to downtown, e-bike, makes it work. But the AABC bridge, I didn't see that as a City of Aspen benefit. So whether you need that now or not, I am not really supportive of the AABC bridge at this time for a City of Aspen perspective. I can see how it's beneficial to the county, but not to us, especially because it's not about it's about connecting Aspen downtown to the Intercept Lot. And then the other thing, because this project is a ton of money, obviously there are alternatives right now. There are bridges, there are ways. Obviously from the Intercept Lot, you have to go down to Jaffe Park and then back up. And the one thing I was wondering there, since I feel like that distance is going to be a lot of e-bikers anyway, is what would the cost be to just pave that section up to the Rio Grande Trail more directly rather than spend a ton of money on a bridge, which I can see making sense, but once again, from the county commissioners who were saying is oh, it's an eyesore. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I just wonder if there is that cheaper option of just paving that trail down to Jaffe Park and back up, sending people the wrong way for a very short amount of time and avoiding needing a very big, expensive bridge, which might be a benefit, but it might not be as big a benefit for how much it costs. And so, to be clear, I'm supportive at this time, but only for the Intercept Lot Bridge, and I do kind of wonder if there's that alternative to explore before taking a deep dive and wanting to build a expensive bridge across the Roaring Fork River from the Intercept Lot across. So
Okay,
yeah.
Thanks.
I'm going to go to Ward first. Ward?
Yeah, I thought about this, and I'm not sure that it's a good use of our funds. I think that it is limited in the length of time it can be used throughout the year. I think we're talking 20 million plus for proceeding with this. I do think that it benefits not only the city, the county, but other people that live down valley that may commute to Aspen for work. But I don't know how many of them are actually going to use it in the winter for transportation. But at this point, I support going forward with this in the hopes that we find some substantial federal grants to get this done without a huge hit on the Board of County Commissioners and City Council's budgets. So I I really have concerns going forward with this. I do see benefits for it. But for the length of time that I think that it'll be used, either of the three alternatives, I'm just concerned but support trying to go fishing for federal funds.
John and Bill?
Yeah, I completely support this, both bridges. Let's continue the studies. Two of this council's main goals are mobility and resilience, and I think this ticks both of those boxes. I think as we move forward with construction on the airport, construction on the entrance to Aspen, people are going to want choices. They're not just going to want to sit in traffic in their car. And I think bicycles are an important part of that. As far as how long it's going to be used all year, boy, in the 40 years I've lived here, we've already lost 1 month of winter, and we're supposed to think long term. And I'm thinking long term, and I'm thinking winters are going to be getting shorter, and we're going to be riding our bikes much more time than we are right now. And as far as, again, I support both bridges because not only is this a missing link in our trail system, we would like people to get out of their cars at the Brush Creek Park and ride into town if possible. Now, the ABC might not be part of Aspen proper, but there are a significant amount of people living out there at the ABC and in the North 40 who would like to be able to get into Aspen without, with this added convenient link. So, again, I fully support both bridges, and let's fund this. Thanks.
Bill?
Thanks. I'm the opposite to Sam on this one. I get the use case for the ABC bridge a lot easier than I do the Brush Creek one. I just don't buy the argument that people are gonna get out of their car and park at the intercept lot and then get on a bike and ride the rest of the way into town. I think versions of that were tried at Buttermilk during some bridge repair projects or something years ago, and even that wasn't very successful, and it's a lot closer. Let alone during the winter. So I would be excited about the ABC portion. At the very least, I don't understand how the Brush Creek one is a City of Aspen project. I think that's a county project. I would support moving forward on the ABC piece, not on the Brush Creek piece. Thanks.
Were there any recommendations from Open Space and Trails boards?
Yeah, we've reviewed this several times with them, and they support pursuing both bridges in further design.
Not unanimous? I ask because when we had a meeting last week, I believe, around Theater Aspen, there were minutes from the Open Space and Trails meeting, and there were two members that were not there, so they shared their input. And I think both the two that I saw were not in favor of.
That was the Merle Skills Trail project that we read those statements on. That was not this project.
Okay, thank you. I am in the same boat as, I can see the ABC makes a little bit more sense to me than the Brush Creek Trail does. My biggest concern is Rio Grande Trail. Right now, it's not 8 feet wide in all places. One of the places that we looked at putting the bridge from the ABC was that beautiful area where it had the waterfall and the gathering pond, and it would be such a shame for us to, kind of, and I don't even know if that's really a naturally occurring feature or whatever there, but nonetheless, my concern is the trail capacity on Rio Grande. If we built the bridge from Brush Creek, I mean, we talk about electric bikes, type 1, type 2, and type 3, those kind of things. Even on our site visit, there was somebody riding a bike that was not supposed to be there. And so I have a lot of concerns around the Rio Grande Trail and its ability to handle this. capacity for safety reasons primarily. So I have a lot of concerns. I don't know about this moving forward. I do at this time support the ABC Bridge more than the Brush Creek Bridge, because I can see that being utilized by the residents of Burlingame, North 40, Lumberyard eventually. I can see them using that. But again, I don't know the impacts to the Rio Grande Trail and what that really means to current users who are enjoying a recreational experience out there. Making that into a commuter bike highway is worrisome to me. If what you're asking of me tonight is to authorize $250,000 contingent upon the county commissioner's desire to move forward with this, then I would support it. But I have a lot of caveats and a lot of concerns. But I'd be interested to hear what the county conversation is like as well. Sam?
I just wanted to ask, is the whole idea behind this, I thought the primary purpose was commuter bridges and everything else was kind of a cherry on top. Did I miss that, or was the commuter side the main idea?
Do you want to talk?
Absolutely, I'm just
You've
dying.
been here all
I'm
night.
just dying.
Yeah, you're here all night.
You know, Sam, that's exactly where the conversation started, was trying to solve a commuter issue and get people out of cars. And certainly with the advent of e-bikes, yes, we've got challenges, but looking at e-bike commuting from the AABC looks really feasible now for a lot of people who might not choose to do that with a traditional bike. What we found is, as we dove a bit deeper into this community outreach, and even within staff looking at, as we started to put these bridges in and look at what sort of recreational opportunities they also created, and we heard, especially from the AABC area, how amazing it would be to be able to recreate. Just go across a bridge and boom, you're on the Rio Grande Trail. And so the deeper we dove into it, the more we saw the recreational benefits along with the commuters. And, I would also just add that the Rio Grande Trail, that corridor, it's a commuter corridor, old train corridor. If there's any trail in our upper end of the valley here where we could look at design opportunities to facilitate more use with more commuter, and I appreciate the concern, but I almost feel like that's a good problem to have. That means it's working. We're getting people out of cars if we're having more traffic on the Rio Grande Trail. I do think that's an area that we can address some of those concerns.
I ask and thank you. Just wanted to reiterate, the bridge from the intercept lot to me allows commuters on bikes to be able to get to downtown Aspen, where most of the jobs are, to connect to the Rio Grande Trail. From the ABC, if you already live there, if you're the Lumberyard, the North 40, Burlingame, you can access downtown now via different bike paths that already exist. So that's where I don't think that bridge necessarily helps the city of Aspen in the same way as the intercept lot bridge, and why I think it should be more of like county for that one. And I just want to make that clear, that it's a commuter thing in my mind, and that's why the intercept lot bridge makes a lot more sense to me than the AABC bridge.
Understood.
Yep.
And Sarah, just for clarification, once again, what we're being asked tonight is not for detailed stuff. We're just saying, do we support the future study, bringing back the information, taking into account what you're saying about the difference between the two bridges?
Yes, we just want to be able to provide, prior to the BOCC's decision-making, your level of support and continued study. And that's our focus. Feasibility may show that one of these are not going to work. Yeah. And so we're not making any commitments other than trying to get through that process at this time. You have opportunities in multiple funds to support this, depending upon what final alignment and costs look like, if that's what the council believes is in the best interest of the community.
And I would just real quickly add, if you do support this, and the county supports it at some level, the county being the primary lead on this will be the contractor. And so we are asking for your green light to say, yes, we're partnering, we have the funding to contribute up to 250,000, because we wouldn't come back to you necessarily with a contract like we would if it was the city leading the project.
John?
And I would like to remind everybody that we have been told there's significant grants available for both these bridges because they connect to transit and they connect to affordable housing.
All right, I'll make a motion. I'd make a motion to authorize up to $250,000 for advancement, study, and partnership on the AABC and Brush Creek Bridge project.
Second.
A motion and a second. Further discussion? Can we have a roll call vote for the motion on the AABC and Brush Creek Bridge project?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
No.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes, at this time.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
Yes. And those funds, $250,000 out of?
The 100 fund.
Thank you.
Yes, out of, just to mystify, that's Park and Open Space Fund. Depending on final alignment, you may wish to contribute from the Transportation Fund as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next item up for us on our agenda, the Castle Creek Bridge letter to Colorado Transportation Department. This is the letter that a few weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, we as a council wanted to make some inroads and reach out to CDOT about what we see as our condition. We directed Sarah to prepare a letter to introduce this, the ideas that we have, and just start the communication with CDOT. And Jen has been heading this project up so she can handle any questions, comments, or input. Does anybody have any opening remarks for the letter? We are just talking about the letter right now.
If I may, I could share my screen.
You sure may.
And then you would have the letter on your screen, so. And I didn't have a presentation. I did notice that there is one little typo, so I already went ahead and just added needed to pursue A in that number 3. But happy to scroll through this and get to any part you'd like to look at.
Sounds good. I'll just go ahead and start because there were just 2 things that were called out to me. Number 1, I want to say thank you. I thought this was really well done. You know, we gave you a directive about tone and also about messaging, and I thought that you really achieved that. And so I thank you very much, because that's this is a departure from a lot of work that we do, and I thought it was done well. The one thing that I didn't agree with was the use of the split shot diagram that is in there. I don't know that is the alignment or whatever. I don't know that the signal at 7th and Main would necessarily be there. There's other iterations of this that have been shared, and so I just, you know, if this was to be used as an example, then I'm fine with it. But I don't think, as it says in question number 3, in parentheses, depicted below, I would not want to limit this to just that as a proposal, because I think that there are some other opportunities here. I keep referring to some of the renderings that I have that were done by Parsons, that just have a different routing of it. It's the same overall concept, but just a little bit different routing, and it interfaces with Cemetery Lane differently. And so that's number 1 for me, is like, this is a good representation of some of the routing, but I don't think that this is exact.
I was just going to say that we had an informal conversation with CDOT, and they gave us the advice that we should be as specific as we can as we ask these questions, so that they have clarity, so that they can give us the answers back that you're looking for. It doesn't have to be this particular diagram. However, this is the one that we studied with Jacobs, and it looks like Sarah has some other ideas here. So,
Yeah, I wouldn't get too hung up on the alignment and the traffic light, because we sort of already have this answer, and it's a EIS. It's a supplemental EIS is the answer to this question. And so regardless of whether you have that traffic light or whether a road moves 30 feet one way or the other, the answer's the same.
Are you saying, Sarah, that this letter is not worth as much and we should just go towards a supplemental EIS? Or I think the goal was to send the letter to officially hear supplemental EIS.
Yeah, CDOT's more than happy to answer the letters. I do think some of these questions repeat questions that you asked in the first 2 letters. It's okay to ask again. Yeah. But I do think this question has been answered, that anything that's not the preferred alternative requires a supplemental EIS. And with the preferred alternative, you have an option for a reevaluation of the EIS, which could lead to a smaller scope supplemental EIS to look at specific portions. So from a process standpoint, I don't think option 2 and 3 here have the same answer, supplemental EIS. Let me know, Jen, if I say any of it wrong.
Nope, that was all great.
That was super clear to me after meeting with CDOT twice in the last 2 weeks.
Regarding specificity, I think they're looking for the scale, of what we're asking. So I think Sarah really is right that, those specific items like a traffic light, or exactly how the right-in, right-out works off a Cemetery Lane, or any of those kinds of things, I think that that is something that would come through the process. They're looking for the scale of the type of NEPA process that we would have to go through.
Okay. Other comments, suggestions on this letter?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes, thanks, Jen. Great work on this letter. Great starting point for sure. I too agreed with one thing Rachel said for the first time ever. And that's, I think that we should explain that the preferred alternative isn't acceptable to a majority of this council at this time, and to many in the community, and remind them of the controversial nature of the preferred alternative for so many years and decades. And then I think we should provide some specific reasons why. They may not understand the nuance of what is giving so many of us heartburn over the preferred alternative to the same extent that we do. So I would like things mentioned in there like a 400-foot minimum length tunnel, seriously changing the character of the entrance to Aspen. I would like things mentioned like, increased possibility of speeds of inbound traffic, compromising of a valuable open space, the traffic light at 7th and Main, potential worsening of traffic of non-mass transit vehicles. overall width of the corridor.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
All of those things I would like, you know, in as few words as possible, mentioned in this letter, just to make sure they're aware of what the issues are.
Let me get
Sure.
other council members. Other council members, after you read this letter, do you think that do you think that's a good idea to give them a little bit more specificity around why we're where we are? I can agree. The list, though, I think should be short. And it should be things that we agree on as a majority of council members. So is that something that you would like in this letter? Ward, I see a hand up.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate Bill's direction on this. I think Bill's made it very clear what direction he wants to go with the entrance to Aspen. I don't think in this letter that we should be talking about the nature of Aspen, the contributional nature of the preferred alternative or a tunnel, because there are probably 49 or 51% of the people that feel the same way about the S-curves. I would like this to proceed, leaving our options open without a bias. I supported sending this because we've heard answers to these questions from CDOT previously, and we've heard answers in the Jacobs engineering report, particularly the second part of one that was to consider different alternatives than the existing S-curves. So I want to proceed with this. I think it's well crafted. I don't want to limit just to preferred alternative S curves or split shot. I want to leave the conversation open as we proceed. I think we're going to need an EIS, and I think that from what I understand, an EIS is not tied to a particular proposal or alignment, that we can consider new ideas. And in the last 20 some years, some new ideas have come up. The community has changed. The values of the community may have changed. But I think that hopefully the answers that we receive from this letter will be accepted by all. And we can proceed from there. But I really don't want to start lobbying with value statements and about what the majority of council feels. If you're going to do something like that, at least say there's a split decision. But I think that we should leave it at answering the questions and having flexibility going forward, without lobbying for one particular alternative.
Okay. The suggestion wasn't about lobbying for something. It was about giving clarity on some of the issues. If you don't think that needs to be made, that's plenty fine. That's great input. There is things that, it's stated in here that the preferred alternative does not represent today's context, and that alternatives should be explored. I mean, that says it. I think that, on one hand, I think that mentioning a couple items such as a 400-foot tunnel, a traffic light, a 100-foot wide platform, whatever, I can see doing that, but I can also see it not being necessary. These guys are well aware of what's been in front of us.
They're well, and I, in respectful response to Bill's comments, I think that's lobbying for a position, or certainly against a position. And I want to leave this as collaborative, cooperative, and open, without those kind of statements. And I appreciate, Bill, you're bringing these forward, but I don't think that we should have that in this letter.
Okay. John.
I just wanted to say I support sending the letter as is. I think it's very well done.
Sam?
I don't think it hurts to add a few of those items. I mean, I always talk about the disconnect from Cemetery Lane, the 4-lane through the Merlt, and the traffic light on 7th and Main as the reasons why I don't like the preferred alternative as proposed. So I think those 3 things to me would be worth putting in there. I don't know what difference it makes, but I guess it does give clarity, which Jen was talking about, so yeah.
Okay, I'm going to support that as well. I think that we have, you know, probably right there where it says, does not represent today's context, and that somewhere before alternatives should be explored, it should maybe just call out a few, those few things so, with a such as, you know, that's why we're here. Otherwise, we'd be like, yeah, whatever we can do to facilitate this. But, you know, whether it's the 400-foot tunnel, disturbance to open space, a traffic light at 7th and Main, disconnecting cemetery, something like that, but only a few. And just to give them some context as why we're talking about this.
Thank you. I would also request, as I made a motion on earlier tonight, in the 3rd paragraph of the letter where we're talking about the existing bridge's condition, that we explain that we'd like to begin that replacement work simultaneously and imminently, and find a way to do that simultaneously with whatever these other alternatives might be. I think we should convey that we are nervous about this bridge. The community is extremely nervous about this bridge. And we don't want to end up in the same place as Gunnison.
So the very first paragraph says explicitly, we believe it's in the best interest of our community to replace the aging Castle Creek Bridge that is at the entrance to our community. And our community would like to understand what we need to do to advance its replacement in the current alignment, while simultaneously evaluating a modified split-shot alternative that considers today's traffic and built environment. So it says exactly that it opens with that. And that was our directive in this letter, was that was the sentiment that we were trying to share.
And I agree with that, Tori, and I think that on more than one occasion, CDOT has said they are not going to allow the bridge to fall into disrepair, that they're committed to keeping the bridge going.
So for me, Bill, I think the language.
Yeah, I see your point there.
I think the language that's here captures it, and then my concern with going any further with that would be that I don't want to position it. So it's possible that the most efficient way to do this, it's possible that the most efficient way to do this is to construct a new bridge that connects with Main Street to be used during replacement of the other bridge. And that might be our quickest resolution to get this done and to get the bridge replaced. So I wouldn't want to just say, hey, Castle Creek goes first, when truthfully, to get there quickest, it may, our best option might be the alternative alignment, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does, but if what Sarah and the rest of the team are telling us is that anything related to this modified split shot, it's going to require a SEIS at the minimum, then that's adding years where we're not focusing on fixing or replacing the existing bridge. So can we add something like after the first sentence where it ends Colorado Highway 82 as a priority or as a first step or something along those lines?
I'm happy with the language that is here now. John, you said you're.
I'm happy with the way the letter is written.
Ward?
I'm happy with the way it's written. I think that it expresses simultaneous evaluation, and I'd like to see it proceed with it as it's written.
Sam?
Leave it be then.
All right.
That's most of my suggested changes. Thanks.
Thank you. Were there any other items? John said that he's okay with the content of the letter. We made you made one correction.
Just now,
grammatical or, yeah.
as I was reading it.
Typo or whatever.
Yeah.
And then we made one request that we could just add a little context around why, such as. Sarah?
My recommendation is not get real detailed in that, right? This isn't the place for you to air that. The place for you to air that is you're one of dozens of stakeholders in a supplemental EIS process. The city of Aspen's voice is not going to be stronger than the voice of RAFTA, the voice of the 12 federal agencies involved, if you go the route of a supplemental EIS. And I just have to really emphasize that at times I think it's forgotten the amount of influence that is not within the city of Aspen, but is within all of these other parties in this process. So I just encourage you not to put any language that could appear as limiting. If you decide to give examples here, and that you leave it open, because you may have a much longer list of concerns as you get through a SEIS process, if that's where you choose to go.
I think such as leaves it open for further input. We could put such as, but not limited to.
Yeah, I think we want to see that language.
Is there examples you agree on?
Let's go one by one. Minimum 400-foot length tunnel.
No, not the length of the tunnel, such as.
How about just a tunnel? The fact that it's a tunnel entrance.
Such as the tunnel and disturbance, I mean, again.
I'm sorry, I just see all of these as reasons not to choose the preferred alternative. I want a non-buffed reply from CDOT without introducing a bias. And I think
the whole purpose of the letter
was. Or a traffic signal on 7th and Main, or a tunnel, or any number of other things is just lobbying for one position over the other.
But the whole purpose of this letter is because the preferred alternative is not satisfactory. So
Well,
it is
I don't agree
biased.
with that.
But this letter is not about the preferred alternative. It's what can be done other than the preferred alternative.
Is what can be done, including the preferred alternative.
Not for me.
No, me either.
Not for me. I'm here trying to get the best solution for my community, and that's not what I've heard. So I don't agree.
If I may, I will say that if you open an EIS, that there will be a consideration of other alternatives, and that would include the preferred alternative.
Yeah, I know, but you know what the problem here is the construct of the preferred alternative when it was done, number one, with a priority for a light rail corridor. In large part, that was the big impetus for using this alignment. And then the 400-foot tunnel was included because there was community desire not to see the open space taken away. And so the cut and cover tunnel was a way to say, hey, we're going to return some of this open space. So the pieces of the preferred alternative that have evolved, which again was not the original record of decision, has evolved because of trying to fit this project into a scope and a criteria. And it's changed. I had a question as well. You know, we've had some conversations around the fact that the preferred alternative, as it's been iterated to us, was 2 lanes of general traffic, 2 bus lanes, and a light rail corridor. And then our conversation of late has been where we were like, well, wait a minute, we don't need the light rail corridor. The bus lanes could be utilized interim, and then it could turn to light rail in the future. Well, if we were going to take out the light rail corridor from the preferred alternative, would that need an SCIS as well?
Potentially, if it's fully removed from the plan, it would. However, that I don't believe has been the intention of the conversation I've heard so far. It's been about what is the more affordable, difficult words to say, but more affordable option based on today's technology for mass transit. And so that is why the bus lanes are recognized as an interim step, right? The ROD could take years to still fully implement to a light rail solution, decades. And I just want to be clear, is some of the things I'm hearing that you don't like about the preferred alternative are also conversation points in a reevaluation rather than a new SEIS. 400-foot tunnel, okay. I don't think we're going to hear a lot of sweat from the state if we say, yeah, we want to take away $3 million of construction costs because we only want that to be wide enough for a wildlife crossing and a human crossing. Like, those are things you can do in a revision that don't require a full SEIS, most likely. So I just want to be clear with you that there's some flexibility. There's also some additional, we know particularly with that example, that there's additional air quality requirements that require a heck of a lot more infrastructure today to make a 400-foot tunnel. You can see it right now on I-70 through Denver, where you've got easily 16 to 20 fans along that cut and cover, right? I don't think we want that kind of infrastructure at the entrance to our community. The trade-off is make the wildlife crossing shorter. Don't make it as wide. So there's things like that you have some flexibility in a reevaluation process to look at, which doesn't then open it up to require you to look at all options. So that's just what I want to be clear with you about on the process, whichever way you choose to go. This will certainly get you this letter will get you some answers on funding. I think that if you wouldn't mind scrolling down for me, Jen.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
This question, we already got an initial reaction to question 4 here, and they said, well, we don't know, it's not us. But they do know they questioned the number 5, and they'd be happy to put that in writing for us, just to ensure that there's complete clarity for you and the community. I think it would be good to have in writing what would be their initial steps if the existing bridge moved into the poor category. Because I think there's a lot, it would provide some clarity as some of the language I hear in the community, I think is fear-based in how it's presented, rather than what is the actual process, the factual process of how that occurs and what steps are made. We've given you general information about, well, you're going to see more shutdowns for maintenance, right? And those have impacts. But I don't think what happened over in Mesa is over Blue Mesa is a anomaly. There's thousands of bridges this organization keeps up with across the state. And out of extreme caution, they made the decision that they made in the interest of the public. They're getting information every year on this bridge, either through their own work or through the work you've funded. I just don't see it being one day this dramatic shutdown. I don't buy into it.
Okay. It is 12 o'clock ward time. So I'm going to withdraw support for the such as. I don't think we need it. This letter is addressed to Mr. Smith. He knows what's up. I will ask one addition, but I don't think we need those there. I think it says it enough. I want to move this forward. I want to get this letter to him. I want to start this conversation. So I'll
second that.
I'll withdraw my support to get into details. It's not necessary at this time. He knows. So you can remove that. We don't need an extra description of circumstance. I would ask this council if they would like, as a closing to this letter, an invitation for direct conversation with us or me or whatever. You know, I think that it's important in a letter like this that we extend the invitation for dialogue.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Worst he can do is say no.
So if he needs any clarification or has any questions, we're available.
Okay.
I'll support Tori's comments in addition of
No,
invitation for dialogue.
Jen, if there's any, if he's got any desire or need for conversation or dialogue, that we're available, the mayor's available.
So I will struggle with that because of how divided this council is to appoint any one of you to represent the council or the community in this conversation. I'm going to be just upfront. I know it doesn't feel good to hear that from me, but I see so much division right now around this issue amongst you that I do not foresee them engaging with one of you as a representative based upon the conversations I've had with them.
That's fine. They can share that and they can say that, and really all I'm saying is.
I'm telling you, it has been said, and I am
can just
reporting it
reach
to you
out.
now. I don't believe we need to ask them to repeat it again. I think you're damaging the partnership with this approach.
Okay, I think it's a polite thing to do to say, hey, we're here to talk if you want to. So.
I think we can extend the invitation for conversation with the council as a whole.
There you go. Thank you.
Jen, can we clarify council work session, please? We do know they will not attend a public meeting. That's a regular meeting. They've advised us of that already.
You're close, Jen, but that's not, we just want them to know that we are available if they want any discussion. That's all. We are available if you want to speak with us, have any discussion, or if you need any other information from us.
And this is going out under the signature of the mayor representing all of city council.
Correct. Where you say future, comma, or. The point being, they don't have to come to a work session. If they just have a communication they need to get with us, we're open. We're here.
you're missing a 2 in front of CDOT.
I thought I was doing so well with my fast typing.
Yeah, I can live with that.
Support it.
Any others? Any other edits? Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thanks, Jan.
All right, let's get to our last item. Entrance to Aspen ballot question discussion. So we went over this a week ago, and then we had a request by council members to revisit this. And the desire, overriding desire, is for some sort, some sort of question to the electorate regarding the entrance to Aspen. Originally, this was proposed, a week ago, this was proposed as a reboot of the 2001 ballot question, which sought voter approval for the use of Meroldt open space for bus lanes.
Essentially, it was asking for approval of the record of decision, that 2001 ballot issue, but the specific point was to approve the interim bus lane use.
The interim bus lanes, okay.
Yeah, theoretically, it's still interim until a rail corridor can be funded.
Okay. Ward.
Yeah, I support bringing this forward as a vote, either up and down on the use of Merle Thomas space for transportation. I think that basically all three, the 3-lane shifted, the split shot or the preferred alternative as represented either by the 2001 vote or any other rendition or modification to the preferred alternative require the use of Merle Thomas space for transportation. It has previously been used for open space, and our city attorney advises us that we would require voter approval to use that land for transportation. I think that an up or down on being able to use the Merle Thomas space for transportation moves us forward. It's not I'm not proposing that we adopt the 2001 ballot issue. I want to leave it open for any of the 3 alternatives that are there, plus any additional ones that may have surfaced in the last 23 years. I do think that we're going to be required to open an EIS, and then that EIS, as I understand it, has been presented to me that all the options will be open for discussion. There is no predetermined outcome. But what this ballot would do is it would, if it gets defeated, then we know that we're really limited to a 2-lane entrance, bridge entrance to Aspen and the S-curves. If it gets approved, then we can look at a 3-lane shifted, different versions of a split shot and different versions of the preferred alternative, whether it means bus and traffic, or just buses, or just traffic. But I'm looking for voter approval to move us forward to use the Merle Thomas space for transportation.
Yeah, well, let's first have let's get some legal counsel on that language.
Well, my only question, and Sarah indicated she's working on language, but Ward kept mentioning Maralt, he then, and eventually he mentioned Thomas. The Thomas property was purchased for transportation purposes, but there are other open space or public properties along the right-of-way at various points, including the Bugsy Bernard Park, golf course, not just Maralt and Thomas. Is it your intention to get approval for transportation uses of all of those open spaces that may be impacted by some future Highway 82 corridor?
Yeah, that's my intention, because it would clearly give the voters an option to deny the use of any of those public spaces, and that would lock us into the existing two-lane S-curves. So there would be I accept your comments about Bugs Barner and the golf course. Any land that is has been used as public to be used as a transportation purpose. And I do understand that Thomas was purchased with transportation funds, but it's been used as open space. And I believe the Home Rule Charter says that if you change the use of city property, it has to achieve or receive approval of the electorate in a vote.
It also requires replacement of open space with equivalent open space if it was acquired for open space purposes. And when the original 1996 ballot was done and approved for the rail corridor provision, there was an exchange of open space. What I addressed in my memo was about the use of going from automobile traffic and rail corridor to bus traffic, which would not necessarily require additional grant of open space in exchange for the conveyance to CDOT, which was done back in it was done in 2002, but it was based on the 96 ballot. If you're taking Bugsy Bernard, and I have to say, I haven't researched how that was acquired and whether it was acquired with open space funds for open space purposes. The golf course was acquired a long time ago, and I'm not sure exactly how that was acquired either.
Open space funds for like 2.5 million.
It was
Is
the park,
open space funds
The
for
golf
about
course.
$2.5 million.
the golf course.
Yeah, that's how the golf course was purchased.
Well, that would, if you're taking a bit of that for transportation purposes, the ballot issue should require some exchange. It doesn't have to designate what the exchange is at the time, but that's what I think the charter would require. Now, this, all I'm saying is, this can all be written, and it can be all put on the ballot, and we can probably have that done.
Well, hang on.
Okay.
First of all, I will not support an open-ended, can any lands that were bought with open space monies be utilized for transportation and a like open space be given somewhere else? I'm not writing an open-ended check like that. That's ridiculous. But secondly, my next question was going to be, just using the terminology for transportation, then that doesn't guarantee mass transit lanes. That doesn't guarantee anything. So I would very much caution, and I'd say, Ward, similar to your concerns earlier about favoring one option or another, that kind of question would give, I think, would give the implication for the approval of the preferred alternative, because what we are all just waiting on is that the vote of the people to utilize those for bus lanes. And if it's an open-ended question about just using it for transportation, then that's as much as an endorsement of the preferred alternative as it is anything else. And I don't think it really does lead anywhere but there. So, you know, today I shared some language with council members that was more specific in order to get the approvals that or get the signal of approval and acceptance by our community for a bus lane across Merle Thomas properties. But leaving it so open-ended around open space being utilized for transportation is just too open-ended, and I don't think that's a good question to go to the voters with.
Tori, I don't agree with you on that, because I think it leaves us in a position where we can decide if we want to use any of the three alternatives or a variation of any of the three alternatives. I think that if we do a split shot, we're going to require the use of public lands for transportation. If we do the preferred alternative or any variation of that, it's going to require the use of public space. If we use a 3-lane shifted, it's going to require, I'm not asking to nail down a specific solution. What I'm asking is voter approval. Trust the voters, trust the intelligence of our voters to separate the wheat from the chaff and decide for themselves if they want to protect the Merle Thomas, Bugsy Barnard golf course open spaces from transportation, then they can go thumbs down, and we know that we shouldn't spend any more time on that. And if we don't have a vote in November, it's going to push a decision and kick the can down the road and another 7 months until a municipal election in March. So,
no, that's just not factual. That's not how it plays out. Because wait a minute. Because the way that you just phrased that, Ward, was that it was a choice between the preferred alternative across the Merle Thomas property or not. Yes, that's what you're saying. That's what you just.
No, it's not what I'm saying, Tori.
Because it would preclude. Because if it got voted down, Ward, it would mean that a split shot solution was no longer acceptable either. So it is. It does. It lumps that in with the preferred alternative.
If it was approved, a split shot would be in discussion and it would be open. If it's approved, a preferred alternative would be open. If it's approved, a 3-lane shifted would be available. It's approving the use of public space for transportation, period. It doesn't say preferred alternative. It doesn't say split shot. It doesn't choose any alignment. It just gets voter approval or denial of use of public open space for transportation. And transportation can be, I don't see light rail ever happening, but leaving that alternative open for a decision to be made in the future. But bus corridor, mixed traffic, whether it's 2 lanes coming in, 2 lanes going out, or whatever, it just, any of the alternatives that we're looking at other than the S-curves on 2 lanes require the acquisition of our use of public space.
And once again, what I'm saying is the outlying question right now, because according to CDOT, that there is already the acceptance of what is known as the preferred alternative, very clever name, and the record of decision. And if there was a vote by the citizenry to affirm usage of transportation, that would be, and I know this may not be your intention, but that would be confirmation of the PA and the ROD. That's just the way, that's just what's up.
I don't agree.
And so
because
I
it leaves
think
the option for a split shot.
that's not how that goes. That's just not how that goes. We are having,
I disagree.
a split shot takes another EIS. What would happen is the plans that have been on a shelf for 30 years would be it's looked at as being approved by the vote of the people, and that's the way that would go down. And honestly, that is you can't guarantee against it, and so that is, I think that's just a misleading question. I would hope that this council would not support that approach. You know, I'll say again, I don't think this is an appropriate question to go to the ballot at this time. We have a letter that is going to CDOT. If we want to look at, if there was any approval that we wanted to get from the voters, then the question, as narrow as it was, that I offered earlier today, which was about authorizing a dedicated bus lane across the Madril Thomas property on an inbound configuration. I think that would be an answer from our community that would serve us, but I don't even think that really that's the question that we want to go to the voters with right now. I appreciate what your intent may be, but I don't think that your proposal plays out the way that you're thinking or hoping that it does.
Corey, you and I disagree on this, and I'm willing in support what the council's direction is on it. I think we both feel strongly about our positions. I respect you for yours, and I hope that that you don't view mine as just a reinforcement of the preferred alternative, because that's not what my intention is at all.
And I appreciate that from you, and I believe you, but I don't think that that's how that plays out. Again, you know, I guess if this council is interested in moving towards a ballot question, I would ask again for consideration of some of the language that I shared today, which does talk about a dedicated bus lane across the Madril Thomas property in the event that that's the alignment that works best for replacement of the existing bridge and future transit needs. That I believe in, but asking an open-ended to support the bus, to support 4 lanes, 2 general traffic and 2 bus lanes, that I just am not in support of right now.
And I'm not asking that question, but let's see what the other 3 members of council want.
Okay. Sam, thank you for holding.
Yeah, no. Ward, I would ask that you refine the question. That was news to me. The way you framed it, it sort of seemed like an obvious one, because making someone choose between open space and only the existing 2-lane is unpalatable. When I had thought about this question, even though I don't support the preferred alternative at all, I thought it was worthwhile to do an up-down vote on that. So in the hopes that it would be rejected and we could move forward with conviction towards something else. But I don't support the entirety of what you're asking, just because I think what you were trying to do initially was great, but I think the alternative being like, if it's rejected, you only can do the 2-lane over the bridge is like very much a death sentence I'm not trying to end up at. Especially because I do think we're heading towards a supplemental EIS. But more than anything from this ballot question, I just want community conviction on where they stood. I mean, part of me almost wants to ask, do you want 2 lanes through the Madril or 4? Something like that, along the lines of that. Just to understand if this community wants a second bridge, if they want it to be 2 lanes, if they want it to be 4 lanes, and move forward with conviction towards a potential supplemental EIS. I mean, trying to work towards that compromise. I mean, I think I'm clear that I'd rather not go through the Madril open space, but I recognize that we might need a second bridge. And if we did, I see a modified version of the split shot being the best of all options down the road. But yeah, I prefer the 2001 language over what you had suggested, just to get an up-down and hopefully for my side of things, get it rejected. But I also got to tell you, past midnight East Coast time and talking about this, I really, for how much I've been talking about it all summer, I really hate how this has played out ballot-wise. It's really not a good time to make these type of decisions anymore, which I'm wholly disappointed in.
Sam, let me ask this question. If we rephrase the 2001 ballot issue, do you think that that allows for a split shot, which I think was the second choice of a number of people on council?
I defer to our lawyer to ask if it leaves the split shot on the table, or if the up-down on the PA really just makes it up on the PA or down to a supplemental EIS, or it can be an up towards a potential modified split shot.
Well, if you were doing the 2001 ballot issue, which was basically approving the record of decision by authorizing the interim bus lane, which is what the record of decision says. Again, if it passes, then CDOT will, my understanding, CDOT would pursue that. Could the, a split shot, could that be interpreted as including the ability to have a split shot, which is just one lane of automobile traffic coming into town and one bus lane coming into town as an interim proposal? Yeah, I probably would, because you're authorizing buses and cars.
Can you change the corridor so that it comes from like a cemetery lane intersection versus what's currently?
Well, changing that corridor is a different issue, and that's not what what I've been considering in these possible ballot issues, because that's different property. There is an easement that was granted along the one corridor, the corridor that was approved in the 96 vote. If you change that direction, is somewhat what Ward was trying to get approval to be able to do, which is have all of those opportunities available. But it would get very complex to, and there are a lot of pitfalls we'd have to talk about if you went in Ward's direction. And I understand Tory's concern, but you have to remember, if you put the 2001 ballot issue basically on the ballot and that's approved, CDOT's going to be proposing to pursue that, my understanding.
And sorry, and Ward, you were hoping for something that left more options open. I like what you were trying to do. I just don't want it to be that or only a 2-lane bridge, because I don't think this community is going to shoot themselves in the foot and say, yeah, we only want a 2-lane bridge, and that's what we're going to vote for. So I think that's that side of your ballot question, I think, is too narrow for the original that you brought up.
Sam, I didn't mean it to sound that, to put it in those terms, but if it allows us to consider a split shot or the preferred alternative, I think there's more support I hear for a split shot than for the preferred alternative. But to give the voters the opportunity to use the Merle Thomas open space as a transportation corridor, and if we do a split shot, I question if an EIS doesn't need to be open for any of them, but and if an EIS is open, then all of the alternatives can be discussed or will be discussed. But what I want to do is wind up with the ability to use Merle Thomas for either a preferred alternative or a split shot or some modified split shot.
Sorry, one last thing, Sarah. Then I would suggest maybe reiterating the use of the Merle Thomas open space for a transportation corridor to get the community backing on whether they want a second bridge and to go through the open space, but I don't know. Once again, it's getting late on this, these options, sorry.
Sarah?
So one of the things to think about is where a ballot question interfaces with the supplemental EIS process. My suggestion to you, and just based on what we've said here, I would like to put on the screen something to say, are there 3 of you that support this or not? So we have some clarity as a ballot question. And it truly is about thumbs up and thumbs down on the preferred alternative with clarification around the bus lanes. Why? Because if you're trying to do a split shot or you're trying to do another option, those are all things that get evaluated in the EIS process. And your vote really of the community is not going to mean a whole lot in that process because that's not how the EIS process works. It doesn't work on votes. This vote is about complying with the charter. That's it. I think you need to address that fundamental piece first before you try to address 3, 4, 5 steps away. So if I have your permission, I'd like to share that language that you can decide if there's support for it or not to help provide clarity of where this conversation is going tonight. Thank you.
Cool. I'm not supportive.
Me either.
I want to see it.
I want to see it.
I'll take a look.
While she's bringing that up, I'd say that, this is probably, we have the opportunity to do a survey question if you are trying to figure out community preferences. I also shared language like that with council members today. So we have the ability to go out for a poll, a survey, and get some, test the waters and get a depth meter out there without going to a ballot question. So.
I also don't think it's reasonable to ask a unidirectional question like this without, as we talked about before, ors. It really isn't a fair way to gauge what the preference of this community is if we don't provide optionality. And the advice that we've been given by our staff is that you can't ask or questions on a ballot.
Not a binding ballot.
Not what?
Not on a binding ballot. It has to only be 2. It's either or. It's not 1, 2, or 3, or 4, or 5.
You can have conflicting ballot issues, the one that gets the most vote.
So what you do is you place multiple ballot questions to figure out which one. And so that's why the ballot question needs to be very clear to the voter, and why when you add all these other pieces into it, you lose that, you distill it into a way that, quite frankly, leads to voter confusion. And I think it's the last thing this council wants to do.
Yeah.
Right? You want your voters to have a lot of clarity. So this language
Get that,
is.
so you'd have to have conflicting questions, multiple questions that ask yes or no. I don't think we have enough time to properly educate our community on what each of those means by this November. So I might be open to that one day. I'm not open to that now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This question just doesn't get the answers that we want. This is for me. This is limiting, and it's a lose-lose.
I support it because I think the community has a choice to tell us not to pursue the preferred alternative and do something else. I don't think that it. I think we need to have a vote for the use of public, and I'm sorry, it's 12:30 here. I'm firm on my commitment to asking the voters. I want it to move forward. I think that a vote is going to be needed eventually. And I think if we don't have the vote now, it delays the whole process for 7 months. And I think that it's been clear from letters to the editor and that the community wants us to move forward with this. And I think this is the quickest path forward. If it's a thumbs down, then you concentrate on something else.
John?
Quick question. let's say we get this on the ballot and it gets voted down, what happens then?
I think it gives you the option to go ahead and lets you go to a supplemental EIS, right? Then you have clarity from the voters to go to the supplemental EIS. And the debate on this ballot question will be clear about what was it about the preferred alternative that was unacceptable to the community in a way that we haven't had very much public outreach to quantify that for you. We're certainly happy to do that for you, but at this point, that's not been within the scope of what you've directed staff to accomplish. So this gives you clarity. It gives you, this is would be the linchpin vote about whether you're going to go do another EIS.
Yeah, we can do an EIS. We don't need this, and to me, this is a setup.
Okay, then when will we be doing an EIS if we don't follow this pathway?
Well, we're gonna send a letter, the letter that we just scripted, and we're gonna get that dialogue opened with CDOT, and we can commence an EIS whenever we want.
Is there any way we could cover all our bases? Do the letter?
Start an EIS?
Start an EIS?
You know what? I just cannot support this question. It is, it's not the way to go. And I think it's the same discussion. It's limiting the opportunities for our community. And once again, this PA was constructed at a different time, different conditions. There is, until the community supports light rail funding to replace the bus lanes, I mean, we were talking about anyway, this is a leading question. I don't like this at all.
Can I interrupt? What you just touched on is everything right there. It's so misleading for us to say until the community supports light rail funding at this point. We know that's never going to happen. It's preposterous for us to ask a question like that when we know that's never going to happen.
But you can't tell the future. You don't know that light rail's never going to happen. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It doesn't matter. The point being is that this is going to be the same community dialogue that you're going to get either a 50-50, or if it gets voted down, we're at square one with nothing. If it gets voted affirmative, then you've got the preferred alternative, which is not necessarily the preferred alternative. And it's going to be postured against other opportunities. This is just not where we've been going. And, we've got a letter that we are writing. I think we should stick to our plan and keep moving forward. This doesn't achieve our goals. And
Well, I disagree, and Tori, I would just like to get it over with. Let's see if we have 3 votes to either do the question or not do the question.
this is not the question. Not the right question, guys.
So if I'm to prepare any ballot question, I need a motion that's approved with direction on what I'm doing. I would greatly appreciate that for some clarity.
I would make a motion, I want to make a motion to put a ballot issue on the November election as is depicted on the screen. Shall the city council be authorized to convey right-of-way over Marlton Thomas open spaces for a 2-lane parkway and 2 exclusive bus lanes?
The preferred alternative.
Go ahead with the motion, please.
Parkway for 2 exclusive bus lanes for the entrance to Aspen. Preferred alternative is described in 1998 Record of Decision.
Seconded. And honestly, the reason why is because I do think it's 2 months for the great clarification of Aspen. I don't support this in the question, but have the community reject it. If it passes by 1 vote, then the community has spoken. But to say that the preferred alternative is dead without letting the community vote on it, to me, is just putting myself above what the community might say, and I hope it gets defeated, and I hope we get to move forward with conviction with a supplemental EIS. But I think this is necessary to actually move forward, because I don't necessarily believe, I know.
Your, to me, your desire for expedience and just to move for anything is getting in the way of trying to lead and give your community some opportunities. Again, you have to remember, this construct for this preferred alternative is 30 years old. It went through changes to get to a project place, and amended. This isn't even the original record of decision. I feel played. This was a council discussion about a question, and it's going sideways.
Well, I promise you I don't love this discussion either, and I hate that it's gotten to this point. That's for sure. I mean, I've been talking about ballot language for the entire summer just because of all this stuff, and honestly, it's super unfortunate that it's gotten to this point, but I can't back off of what I've said as far as, because I still believe a ballot is needed to understand where this community stands, especially because we only have so much control over this situation that we talk about so much. So, I get it.
Then ask a ballot question that asks for community preference. Don't ask a question that you yourself are, hoping to defeat. Come up with, if you want to put a ballot question on that asks for preference, you can do several of them.
I've kind of got to jump in here a little bit. The city already conveyed to CDOT right away. This would be suggesting, I'd be afraid this is suggesting that there would be a different conveyance, which was kind of what I was getting to when the discussion began. I would also suggest that this be, if it's going to be put on the ballot, I would suggest that we have our standard form of resolution that outlines the ballot issue, and that you approve that at a special meeting before the deadline for finishing the ballot, because I want to make sure the language does, that might get to it, but I want to make sure the language is right, as we understand what you're intending. But this is approving, this is an attempt to approve the preferred alternative, correct?
I don't believe it's an attempt to approve, it's an attempt to clarify, thumbs up or thumbs down.
Really?
So the conveyance piece, I've tried to address your concern there. The council is aware that a special meeting is required if they would like to get this on the ballot. We did discuss that.
So the motion is to bring a ballot issue back in resolution in a special meeting, and this is the.
He was going to have to amend it. I was just letting him finish it.
I'm sorry, but.
He was going to have to amend his motion with that piece. But yeah, I was going to let him get through.
So then I would also say, why wouldn't we change this language from the 2-lane parkway and 2 exclusive bus lanes to a 1-lane parkway and 1 exclusive bus lane? Right? Because this just affirms one option. This doesn't leave other options open.
So what this does, gives you thumbs up or thumbs down on the preferred alternative. If the community votes no down to it, it is a mandate to you to open up a supplemental EIS. That's it. That's all it does.
That's why, I mean, yes vote says yes to PA. I feel like, who am I to deny people from voting, be able to vote yes on this that hasn't been voted on in 23 years? A vote no gives us conviction and community backing for a supplemental EIS where we actually get what this community hopefully wants. And that's really why I feel so strongly about this, as frustrated as I am about it.
And the reason is, Sam, is because you're not offering alternatives here. That's not what's up.
The alternative is no.
No. Listen to me for a second. You're not offering alternatives. So you are going to have people that are going to look at this as an either this or that. And so there is no other alternative. It will either be the PA or it will be the existing bridge in people's minds going to this ballot. That's what's up.
That's up to people and myself to get the message out, honestly. And I mean, it's the same thing for the airport and all the other things. I mean, people have to understand that voting no is saying yes to something else.
Anyway.
I have faith in the electorate. I think that they'll make the right decision, and if they don't want the preferred alternative, it leaves the options open for all kinds of different. It opens an EIS and split shot, 3-lane, 2-lane, all of those will be considered in an EIS. This just moves us forward. Yes or no? Do you agree with it or not? If you don't, every other alternative is open.
And yet, at the same time, what that says to people who might want to vote against this, that they're going to say, oh, so now it's going to take another 2-3 years, this, that, and the other. So you know what? I'm just going to vote for this. Anyway, I've said what I said. That's my discussion is I think that this is the wrong question. I think this is a leading question. I think that this seeks the preferred alternative, but I think there's other ways for us to get some direction. However, we have a letter going to CDOT, and, that's my opinion. I just don't think that this is the right question. I'm not comfortable with the result of this, and I don't think our community really is, but, it's been pushed. This has been pushed for 30 years. It's been manipulated, it's been changed, and here we are, so it's all good. We have a motion. Did you say the motion needed to change?
Our recommendation would be that there be a friendly amendment, if possible, by the motioner and second it, to clarify that this is to bring a resolution back in a special meeting to be set in the next few days in order to council to debate the ballot question and determine whether to place it on the ballot in November.
I accept that.
Seconded.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion. We will talk about scheduling a meeting if this is to pass. Could we have a roll call vote for the motion?
Counselor Doyle?
Yes.
Counselor Guth?
No.
Counselor Howenstein?
Yes.
Counselor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Tory?
No. So we need to set a special meeting. My availability will be Thursday, midday, around noon. Thursday at noon.
I'm on the road the whole day Thursday.
The deadline, just to clarify, the deadline is a week from Friday?
We just went back and double checked, so if you would prefer Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, those all work.
I would like to be there in person, and I get back to Aspen on Friday, so if Bill's traveling all day on Thursday, I would like to push it to Sunday after Friday, and I don't object to meeting Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, any of those days, but I would really prefer to be there in person.
Well, you could have the meeting Tuesday. The deadline's the following Friday.
6.
Yeah, Tuesday would be fine with me.
Oh, we don't have to do it this week.
No.
That's what we're saying is that we found out there's a little bit more time. The clerk still needs things wrapped up so that she has time to get them all filed.
Tuesday at noon would be fine with me.
Next Tuesday?
Is there a meeting Tuesday?
No, there is not. There's not a regular meeting that week.
Or Wednesday at noon.
Next week, September. Tuesday, Wednesday?
I prefer Wednesday, I think.
What, next Wednesday? I can't next Wednesday.
Can you do Tuesday, Sam?
Yeah, I can do Tuesday.
Tuesday works for me.
I'll do Tuesday.
Tuesday, what time?
Noon's fine.
I think that works.
Yeah,
Works for me.
might call in, but yeah.
It works.
Yeah, you can attend remotely. It does not have to be in person.
So, we'll send a notice for a special meeting on,
Just do a motion to set a special meeting for Tuesday.
I'll make a motion to set a special meeting, for purposes of discussing the ballot question, next Tuesday at noon.
I'll second.
Question or questions?
And Ward seconded. Could we have a roll call vote for setting a special meeting?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
No.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Tory.
No.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion and second. Could we have a roll call vote for adjournment, please?
Counselor Doyle,
Yes.
Counselor Guth,
Yes.
Counselor Howenstein,
Yes.
Counselor Rose, Mayor Tory.
Yes.
Ciao, y'all.
Night, Ward. Get some sleep. you.